and when I see this I begin to cry. He smiles slyly. "Not here. Not yet," he says, and I follow him weeping. Now I do not try to hold up my dress. It trails in the dirt, my beautiful dress. We are no longer in the forest, but in an enclosed garden, surrounded by a stone wall, and the trees are different trees. I do not know them. There are steps leading upwards. It is too dark to see the wall or the steps, but I know they are there, and I think, it will be when I go up these steps at the top. I stumble over my dress and cannot get up. I touch a tree, and my arms hold it. "Here, here." But I think I will not go any further. The tree sways and jerks as if it is trying to throw me off. Still I cling, and the seconds pass, and each one is 1,000 years. "Here, in here," a strange voice said, and the tree stopped swaying and jerking. Now Sister Mary Augustine is leading me out of the dormitory, asking if I am ill, telling me that I must not disturb the others, and though I am still shivering, I wonder if she will take me behind the mysterious curtains to the place where she sleeps. But no. She sits me in a chair, vanishes, and after a while comes back with a cup of hot chocolate. I said, "I dreamed I was in hell." "That dream is evil. Put it from your mind. Never think of it again." And she rubbed my cold hands to warm them. She looks, as usual, composed and neat, and I want to ask her if she gets up before dawn or hasn't been to bed at all. "Drink your chocolate." While I am drinking it, I remember that after my mother's funeral, very early in the morning, almost as early as this, we went home to drink chocolate and eat cakes. She died last year. No one told me how, and I didn't ask. Mr. Mason was there, and Christophine. No one else. Christophine cried bitterly, but I could not. I prayed, but the words fell to the ground, meaning nothing. Now the thought of her is mixed up with my dream. I saw her, in her mended habit, riding a borrowed horse, trying to wave at the head of the cobblestoned road at Colibri, and tears came to my eyes again. "Such terrible things happen," I said. "Why? Why?" "You must not concern yourself with that mystery," said Sister Maria Augustine. "We do not know why the devil must have his little day. Not yet." She never smiled as much as the others. Now she was not smiling at all. She looked sad. She said, as if she was talking to herself, "Now go quietly back to bed. Think of calm, peaceful things and try to sleep. Soon I will give the signal. Soon it will be tomorrow morning." Part 2. So it was all over. The advance and retreat, the doubts and hesitations. Everything finished, for better or for worse. There we were, sheltering from the heavy rain under a large mango tree, myself, my wife Antoinette, and a little half-caste servant who was called Amélie. Under a neighbouring tree I could see our luggage covered with sacking, 2 porters, and a boy holding fresh horses, hired to carry us up 2,000 feet to the waiting honeymoon house. The girl Amélie said this morning, "I hope you will be very happy, sir, in your sweet honeymoon house." She was laughing at me, I could see. A lovely little creature, but sly, spiteful, malignant perhaps, like much else in this place. "It's only a shower," Antoinette said anxiously. "It will soon stop." I looked at the sad leaning coconut palms, the fishing boats drawn up on the shingly beach, the uneven row of whitewashed huts, and asked the name of the village. "Massacre," And who was massacred here? Slaves?
Oh, no.
She sounded shocked.
Not slaves. Something must have happened a long time ago. Nobody remembers now.
The rain fell more heavily. Huge drops sounded like hail on the leaves of the tree, and the sea crept stealthily forwards and backwards. So, this is massacre. Not the end of the world, only the last stage of our interminable journey from Jamaica. The start of our sweet honeymoon. And it will all look very different in the sun. It had been arranged that we would leave Spanish Town immediately after the ceremony and spend some weeks in one of the Windward Islands, at a small estate which had belonged to Antoinette's mother. I agreed, as I had agreed to everything else. The windows of the huts were shut, the doors opened into silence and dimness. Then 3 little boys came to stare at us. The smallest wore nothing but a religious medal round his neck and the brim of a large fisherman's hat. When I smiled at him, he began to cry. A woman called from one of the huts, and he ran away, still howling. The other 2 followed slowly, looking back several times. As if this was a signal, a second woman appeared at her door, then a third.
"It's Caro,"
Antoinette said.
"I'm sure it's Caro. Caroline!"
She called, waving, and the woman waved back. A gaudy old creature, in a brightly flowered dress, a striped head handkerchief and gold earrings. "You'll get soaked, Antoinette," I said.
"No, the rain is stopping."
She held up the skirt of her riding habit and ran across the street. I watched her critically. She wore a tricorn hat, which became her. At least it shadowed her eyes, which are too large and can be disconcerting. She never blinks at all, it seems to me. Long, sad, dark, alien eyes. Creole of pure English descent she may be, but they are not English, or European either. And when did I begin to notice all this about my wife, Antoinette? After we left Spanish Town, I suppose. Or did I notice it before, and refuse to admit what I saw? Not that I had much time to notice anything. I was married a month after I arrived in Jamaica, and for nearly 3 weeks of that time I was in bed with fever. The 2 women stood in the doorway of the hut, gesticulating, talking not English, but the debased French patois they use in this island. The rain began to drip down the back of my neck, adding to my feeling of discomfort and melancholy. I thought about the letter, which should have been written to England a week ago. Dear Father.
Caroline asks if you will shelter in her house.
This was Antoinette. She spoke hesitatingly, as if she expected me to refuse, so it was easy to do so.
"But you are getting wet,"
she said. "I don't mind that." I smiled at Caroline and shook my head.
"She would be very disappointed,"
said my wife, crossed the street again and went into the dark hut. Amélie, who had been sitting with her back to us, turned round. Her expression was so full of delighted malice, so intelligent, above all so intimate, that I felt ashamed and looked away. Well, I thought, I have had fever. I'm not myself yet. The rain was not so heavy, and I went to talk to the porters. The first man was not a native of the island. "This a very wild place, not civilized. Why you come here?" He was called the Young Bull, he told me, and he was 27 years of age. A magnificent body and a foolish, conceited face. The other man's name was Emile. Yes, he was born in the village. He lived there. "Ask him how old he is," suggested the Young Bull. Emile said in a questioning voice, 14? Yes, I have 14 years, master. Impossible, I said. I could see the grey hairs in his sparse beard. 56, perhaps? He seemed anxious to please. The young bull laughed loudly. He don't know how old he is. He don't think about it. I tell you, sir, these people are not civilized. Emile muttered, My mother, she knew, but she dead. Then he produced a blue rag, which he twisted into a pad and put on his head. Most of the women were outside their doors looking at us, but without smiling. Sombre people in a sombre place. Some of the men were going to their boats. When Emile shouted, 2 of them came towards him. He sang in a deep voice. They answered, then lifted the heavy wicker basket and swung it onto his head pad, singing. He tested the balance with one hand and strode off, barefooted on the sharp stones, by far the gayest member of the wedding party. As the young bull was loaded up, he glanced at me sideways boastfully, and he too sang to himself, in English. The boy brought the horses to a large stone, and I saw Antoinette coming from the hut. The sun blazed out, and steam rose from the green behind us. Amélie took her shoes off, tied them together, and hung them round her neck. She balanced her small basket on her head and swung away as easily as the porters. We mounted, turned a corner, and the village was out of sight. A cock crowed loudly, and I remembered the night before, which we had spent in the town. Antoinette had a room to herself. She was exhausted. I lay awake, listening to cocks crowing all night, then got up very early and saw the women with trays covered with white cloths on their head going to the kitchen. The woman with small hot loaves for sale, the woman with cakes, the woman with sweets. In the street another called, Bon sirop, bon sirop. And I felt peaceful. The road climbed upward. On one side the wall of green, on the other a steep drop to the ravine below. We pulled up and looked at the hills, the mountains, and the blue-green sea. There was a soft, warm wind blowing, but I understood why the porter had called it a wild place. Not only wild, but menacing. Those hills would close in on you. What an extreme green, was all I could say. And thinking of Emile calling to the fisherman and the sound of his voice, I asked about him. They take shortcuts. They will be at Grandbois long before we are. Everything is too much, I felt as I rode wearily after her. Too much blue, too much purple, too much green. The flowers too red, the mountains too high, the hills too near. And the woman is a stranger. Her pleading expression annoys me. I have not bought her. She has bought me, or so she thinks. I look down at the coarse mane of the horse. Dear father, the £30,000 have been paid to me without question or condition. No provision made for her. That must be seen to. I have a modest competence now. I will never be a disgrace to you or to my dear brother, the son you love. No begging letters, no mean requests. None of the furtive, shabby manoeuvres of a younger son. I have sold my soul, or you have sold it, and after all, is it such a bad bargain? The girl is thought to be beautiful. She is beautiful. And yet... Meanwhile the horses jogged along a very bad road. It was getting cooler. A bird whistled, a long, sad note. What bird is that? She was too far ahead and didn't hear me. The bird whistled again, a mountain bird, shrill and sweet. a very lonely sound. She stopped and called, "Put your coat on now." I did so, and realised that I was no longer pleasantly cool, but cold in my sweat-soaked shirt. We rode on again, silent in the slanting afternoon sun, the wall of trees on one side, a drop on the other. Now the sea was a serene blue, deep and dark. We came to a little river.
"This is the boundary of Grand Bois."
She smiled at me. It was the first time I had seen her smile simply and naturally. Or perhaps it was the first time I had felt simple and natural with her. A bamboo spout jutted from the cliff. The water coming from it was silver blue. She dismounted quickly, picked a large shamrock-shaped leaf to make a cup and drank. Then she picked another leaf, folded it and brought it to me.
"Taste. This is mountain water."
Looking up, smiling, she might have been any pretty English girl. And to please her, I drank. It was cold, pure and sweet. A beautiful colour against the thick green leaf. She said,
"After this, we go down, then up again. Then we are there."
Next time she spoke, she said,
"The earth is red here. Do you notice?"
"It's red in parts of England, too."
"Oh, England, England,"
she called back mockingly. And the sound went on, like a warning I did not choose to hear. Soon the road was cobblestoned, and we stopped at a flight of stone steps. There was a large screw pine to the left, and to the right what looked like an imitation of an English summer house, 4 wooden posts and a thatched roof. She dismounted and ran up the steps. At the top, a badly cut, coarse-grained lawn, and at the end of the lawn, a shabby white house.
"Now you are at Grand Bois."
I looked at the mountains, purple against a very blue sky. Perched up on wooden stilts, the house seemed to shrink from the forest behind it and crane eagerly out to the distant sea. It was more awkward than ugly, a little sad, as if it knew it could not last. A group of Negroes were standing at the foot of the veranda steps. Antoinette ran across the lawn, and as I followed her, I collided with a boy coming in the opposite direction. He rolled his eyes, looking alarmed, and went on towards the horses without a word of apology. A man's voice said, "Double up no, double up. Look sharp." There were 4 of them. A woman, a girl, and a tall, dignified man were together. Antoinette was standing with her arms round another woman.
"That was Bertrand who nearly knocked you down. That is Rose and Hilda. This is Baptiste."
The servants grinned shyly as she named them.
"And here is Christophine, who was my nurse, long ago."
Baptiste said that it was a happy day and that we'd brought fine weather with us. He spoke good English, but in the middle of his address of welcome, Hilda began to giggle. She was a young girl of about 12 or 14, wearing a sleeveless white dress which just reached her knees. The dress was spotless, but her uncovered hair, though it was oiled and braided into many small plaits, gave her a savage appearance. Baptiste frowned at her, and she giggled more loudly, then put her hand over her mouth and went up the wooden steps into the house. I could hear her bare feet running along the veranda. "Doudou, che cocotte," the elderly woman said to Antoinette. I looked at her sharply, but she seemed insignificant. She was blacker than most, and her clothes, even the handkerchief round her head, were subdued in colour. She looked at me steadily. Not with approval, I thought. We stared at each other for quite a minute. I looked away first, and she smiled to herself, gave Antoinette a little push forward, and disappeared into the shadows at the back of the house. The other servants had gone. Standing on the veranda, I breathed the sweetness of the air. Cloves I could smell, and cinnamon, roses and orange blossom, and an intoxicating freshness, as if all this had never been breathed before. When Antoinette said, "Come, I will show you the house," I went with her unwillingly, for the rest of the place seemed neglected and deserted. She led me into a large unpainted room. There was a small shabby sofa, a mahogany table in the middle, some straight-backed chairs, and an old oak chest with brass feet like lion's claws. Holding my hand, she went up to the sideboard, where 2 glasses of rum punch were waiting for us. She handed me one and said,
"To happiness."
"To happiness," I answered. The room beyond was larger and emptier. There were 2 doors, one leading to the veranda, the other very slightly open into a small room. A big bed, a round table by its side, 2 chairs, a surprising dressing table with a marble top and a large looking-glass. 2 wreaths of frangipani lay on the bed. Am I expected to wear one of these? And when? I crowned myself with one of the wreaths and made a face in the glass. I hardly think it suits my handsome face, do you?
"You look like a king, an emperor."
"God forbid," I said, and took the wreath off. It fell on the floor, and as I went towards the window I stepped on it. The room was full of the scent of crushed flowers. I saw her reflection in the glass, fanning herself with a small palm leaf fan coloured blue and red at the edges. I felt sweat on my forehead and sat down. She knelt near me and wiped my face with her handkerchief.
"Don't you like it here? This is my place, and everything is on our side. Once," she said, "I used to sleep with a piece of wood by my side so that I could defend myself if I were attacked. That's how afraid I was."
"Afraid of what?" She shook her head.
"Of nothing. Of everything."
Someone knocked, and she said,
"It's only Christophine."
"The old woman who was your nurse. Are you afraid of her?"
"No, how could I be?"
"If she were taller," I said, "one of these strapping women dressed up to the nines, I might be afraid of her." She laughed.
"That door leads into your dressing room."
I shut it gently after me. It seemed crowded after the emptiness of the rest of the house. There was a carpet, the only one I had seen, a press made of some beautiful wood I did not recognize. Under the open window a small writing desk with paper, pens and ink. A refuge, I was thinking, when someone said, "This was Mr. Mason's room, sir, but he did not come here often. He did not like the place." Baptiste, standing in the doorway to the veranda, had a blanket over his arm. "It's all very comfortable," I said. He laid the blanket on the bed. "It can be cold here at night," he said, then went away. But the feeling of security had left me. I looked round suspiciously. The door into her room could be bolted. A stout wooden bar pushed across the other. This was the last room in the house. Wooden steps from the veranda led onto another rough lawn. A Seville orange tree grew by the steps. I went back into the dressing room and looked out of the window. I saw a clay road, muddy in places, bordered by a row of tall trees. Beyond the road, various half-hidden outbuildings. One was the kitchen. No chimney, but smoke was pouring out of the window. I sat on the soft, narrow bed and listened. Not a sound, except the river. I might have been alone in the house. There was a crude bookshelf made of 3 shingles strung together over the desk, and I looked at the books. Byron's poems, novels by Sir Walter Scott, Confessions of an Opium Eater, some shabby brown volumes, and on the last shelf, Life and Letters of... The rest was eaten away. Dear Father, we have arrived from Jamaica after an uncomfortable few days. This little estate in the Windward Islands is part of the family property, and Antoinette is much attached to it. She wished to get here as soon as possible. All is well, and has gone according to your plans and wishes. I dealt, of course, with Richard Mason. His father died soon after I left for the West Indies, as you probably know. He is a good fellow, hospitable and friendly. He seemed to become attached to me and trusted me completely. This place is very beautiful, but my illness has left me too exhausted to appreciate it fully. I will write again in a few days' time. I reread this letter and added a postscript. I feel that I have left you too long without news, for the bare announcement of my approaching marriage was hardly news. I was down with fever for 2 weeks after I got to Spanish Town. Nothing serious, but I felt wretched enough. I stayed with the Frasers, friends of the Masons. Mr. Fraser is an Englishman, a retired magistrate, and he insisted on telling me at length about some of his cases. It was difficult to think or write coherently. In this cool and remote place, it is called Grand Bois, the high woods, I suppose, I feel better already, and my next letter will be longer and more explicit. A cool and remote place. And I wondered how they got their letters posted. I folded mine and put it into a drawer of the desk. As for my confused impressions, they will never be written. There are blanks in my mind that cannot be filled up. It was all very brightly coloured, very strange, but it meant nothing to me. Nor did she, the girl I was to marry. When at last I met her, I bowed, smiled, kissed her hand, danced with her. I played the part I was expected to play. She never had anything to do with me at all. Every movement I made was an effort of will, and sometimes I wondered that no one noticed this. I would listen to my own voice and marvel at it, calm, correct, but toneless, surely. But I must have given a faultless performance. If I saw an expression of doubt or curiosity, it was on a black face, not on a white one. I remember little of the actual ceremony. Marble memorial tablets on the walls, commemorating the virtues of the last generation of planters, all benevolent, all slave owners, all resting in peace. When we came out of the church, I took her hand. It was cold as ice in the hot sun. Then I was at a long table in a crowded room. Palm leaf fans. A mob of servants. The women's head handkerchiefs striped red and yellow. The men's dark faces. The strong taste of punch. The cleaner taste of champagne. My bride in white, but I hardly remember what she looked like. Then in another room, women dressed in black. Cousin Julia, Cousin Ada, Aunt Lena. Thin or fat, they all looked alike. Gold earrings in pierced ears, silver bracelets jangling on their wrists. I said to one of them, "We are leaving Jamaica tonight." And she answered after a pause, "Of course, Antoinette does not like Spanish Town. nor did her mother. Peering at me. Do their eyes get smaller as they grow older? Smaller, beadier, more inquisitive? After that, I thought I saw the same expression on all their faces. Curiosity, pity, ridicule. But why should they pity me? I, who have done so well for myself. The morning before the wedding, Richard Mason burst into my room at the Frasers as I was finishing my first cup of coffee. She won't go through with it. Won't go through with what? She won't marry you. But why? She doesn't say why. She must have some reason. She won't give a reason. I've been arguing with the little fool for an hour. We stared at each other. Everything's arranged. The presents, the invitations. What shall I tell your father? He seemed on the verge of tears. I said, if she won't, she won't. She can't be dragged to the altar. Let me get dressed. I must hear what she has to say. He went out meekly, and while I dressed, I thought that this would indeed make a fool of me. I did not relish going back to England in the role of rejected suitor, jilted by this Creole girl. I must certainly know why. She was sitting in a rocking chair with her head bent. Her hair was in 2 long plaits over her shoulders. From a little distance I spoke gently. What is the matter, Antoinette? What have I done? She said nothing. You don't wish to marry me?
No.
She spoke in a very low voice. But why?
I'm afraid of what might happen.
But don't you remember last night? I told you that when you are my wife, there would not be any more reason to be afraid.
Yes,
she said.
Then Richard came in and you laughed. I didn't like the way you laughed.
But I was laughing at myself, Antoinette. She looked at me, and I took her in my arms and kissed her.
You don't know anything about me,
she said. I'll trust you if you'll trust me. Is that a bargain? You will make me very unhappy if you send me away without telling me what I've done to displease you. I will go with a sad heart.
Your sad heart,
she said, and touched my face. I kissed her fervently, promising her peace, happiness, safety. But when I said, "Can I tell poor Richard that it was a mistake? He is sad too," she did not answer me, only nodded. Thinking of all this, of Richard's angry face, her voice saying,
"Can you give me peace?"
I must have slept. I woke to the sound of voices in the next room, laughter and water being poured out. I listened, still drowsy. Antoinette said,
"Don't put any more scent on my hair. He doesn't like it."
The other, "The man don't like scent. I never hear that before." It was almost dark. The dining room was brilliantly lit. Candles on the table, a row on the sideboard, 3-branch candlesticks on the old sea chest. The 2 doors onto the veranda stood open, but there was no wind. The flames burned straight. She was sitting on the sofa, and I wondered why I had never realized how beautiful she was. Her hair was combed away from her face and fell smoothly far below her waist. I could see the red and gold lights in it. She seemed pleased when I complimented her on her dress, and told me that she'd had it made in Saint-Pierre, Martinique.
"They call this fashion à la Josephine."
"You talk of Saint-Pierre as though it were Paris," I said.
"But it is the Paris of the West Indies."
There were trailing pink flowers on the table, and a name echoed pleasantly in my head. Coralita, Coralita. The food, though too highly seasoned, was lighter and more appetizing than anything I had tasted in Jamaica. We drank champagne. A great many moths and beetles found their way into the room, flew into the candles and fell dead on the tablecloth. Amélie swept them up with a crumb brush, uselessly. More moths and beetles came.
"Is it true," she said, "that England is like a dream? Because one of my friends who married an Englishman wrote and told me so. She said this place London is like a cold, dark dream sometimes. I want to wake up."
"Well," I answered, annoyed, "that is precisely how your beautiful island seems to me. Quite unreal and like a dream."
"But how can rivers and mountains and the sea be unreal?"
"And how can millions of people, their houses and their streets, be unreal?"
"More easily," she said. "Much more easily. Yes, a big city must be like a dream."
"No, this is unreal and like a dream," I thought. The long veranda was furnished with canvas chairs, 2 hammocks, and a wooden table on which stood a tripod telescope. Amélie brought out candles with glass shades, but the night swallowed up the feeble light. There was a very strong scent of flowers. The flowers by the river that open at night, she told me. And the noise, subdued in the inner room, was deafening.
"Crack cracks," she explained. "They make a sound like their name. And crickets and frogs."
I leaned on the railing and saw hundreds of fireflies.
"Ah, yes. Fireflies in Jamaica. Here they call a firefly la belle."
A large moth, so large that I thought it was a bird, blundered into one of the candles, put it out, and fell to the floor. "He's a big fellow," I said.
"Is it badly burned?"
"More stunned than hurt." I took the beautiful creature up in my handkerchief and put it on the railing. For a moment it was still, and by the dim candlelight I could see the soft, brilliant colours, the intricate pattern on the wings. I shook the handkerchief gently, and it flew away. "I hope that gay gentleman will be safe," I said.
"He will come back if we don't put the candles out. It's light enough by the stars."
Indeed. The starlight was so bright that the shadows of the veranda posts and the trees outside lay on the floor.
"Now, come for a walk," she said, "and I will tell you a story."
We walked along the veranda to the steps which led to the lawn.
"We used to come here to get away from the hot weather in June, July, and August. I came 3 times with my Aunt Cora, who is ill. That was after—"
She stopped and put her hand up to her head. "If this is a sad story, don't tell it to me tonight."
"It is not sad," she said. "Only some things happen and are there for always, even though you forget why or when. It was in that little bedroom."
I looked where she was pointing, but could only see the outline of a narrow bed and 1 or 2 chairs.
"This night, I can remember it was very hot. The window was shut, but I asked Christophine to open it because the breeze comes from the hills at night, the land breeze, not from the sea. It was so hot that my night chemise was sticking to me, but I went to sleep all the same. And then suddenly I was awake. I saw 2 enormous rats, as big as cats, on the sills staring at me."
"I'm not astonished that you were frightened."
But I was not frightened. That was the strange thing. I stared at them, and they did not move. I could see myself in the looking-glass, the other side of the room, in my white chemise with a frill round the neck, staring at those rats, and the rats quite still, staring at me.
Well, what happened?
I turned over, pulled up the sheet, and went to sleep instantly.
And is that the story?
No. I woke up again suddenly, like the first time, and the rats were not there, but I felt very frightened. I got out of bed quickly and ran onto the veranda. I lay down in this hammock. This one.
She pointed to a flat hammock, a robe at each of the four corners.
There was a full moon that night, and I watched it for a long time. There were no clouds chasing it, so it seemed to be standing still, and it shone on me. Next morning, Christophine was angry. She said that it was very bad to sleep in the moonlight when the moon is full.
And did you tell her about the rats?
No, I never told anyone till now, but I have never forgotten them.
I wanted to say something reassuring, but the scent of the river flowers was overpoweringly strong. I felt giddy.
Do you think that too? She said. That I have slept too long in the moonlight?
Her mouth was set in a fixed smile, but her eyes were so withdrawn and lonely that I put my arms round her, rocked her like a child, and sang to her. An old song I thought I had forgotten. Hail to the Queen of the Silent Night. Shine bright, Robin, as you die. She listened, then sang with me. Shine bright, Robin, as you die. There was no one in the house, and only 2 candles in the room which had been so brilliantly lit. Her room was dim, with a shaded candle by the bed and another one on the dressing table. There was a bottle of wine on the round table. It was very late when I poured out 2 glasses and told her to drink to our happiness, to our love, and the day without end which would be tomorrow. I was young then. A short youth, mine was. I woke next morning in the green-yellow light, feeling uneasy, as though someone were watching me. She must have been awake for some time. Her hair was plaited, and she wore a fresh white chemise. I turned to take her in my arms. I meant to undo the careful plaits, but as I did so, there was a soft, discreet knock. She said,
I have sent Christophine away twice. We wake very early here. The morning is the best time. Come in, she called, and Christophine came in with our coffee on a tray. She was dressed up and looking very imposing. The skirt of her flowered dress trailed after her, making a rustling noise as she walked, and her yellow silk turban was elaborately tied. Long, heavy gold earrings pulled down the lobes of her ears. She wished us good morning, smiling, and put the tray of coffee, cassava cakes, and guava jelly on the round table. I got out of bed and went into the dressing room. Someone had laid my dressing gown on the narrow bed. I looked out of the window. The cloudless sky was paler blue than I'd imagined, but as I looked, I thought I saw the colour changing to a deeper blue. At noon I knew it would be gold, then brassy in the heat. Now it was fresh and cool, and the air itself was blue. At last I turned away from the light and space and went back into the bedroom, which was still in the half-dark. Antoinette was leaning back against the pillows with her eyes closed. She opened them and smiled when I came in. It was the black woman hovering over her who said, "Taste my bull's blood, master." The coffee she handed me was delicious, and she had long-fingered hands, thin and beautiful, I suppose. "Not horse piss like the English madams drink," she said. "I know them. Drink, drink their yellow horse piss. Talk, talk their lion talk." Her dress trailed and rustled as she walked to the door. There she turned. "I send a girl to clear up the mess you make with the frangipani. It bring cockroach in the house. Take care not to slip on the flowers, young master." She slid through the door.
Her coffee is delicious, but her language is horrible, and she might hold her dress up. It must get very dirty, yards of it trailing on the floor.
When they don't hold their dress up, it's for respect, said Antoinette, or for feast days or going to Mass.
And is this a feast day?
She wanted it to be a feast day.
Whatever the reason, it's not a clean habit.
It is. You don't understand at all. They don't care about getting a dress dirty because it shows it isn't the only dress they have. Don't you like Christophine?
She's a very worthy person, no doubt. I can't say I like her language.
It doesn't mean anything, said Antoinette.
And she looks so lazy. She dawdles about.
Again, you are mistaken. She seems slow, but every move she makes is right, so it's quick in the end.
I drank another cup of bull's blood. Bull's blood, I thought. The young bull. How did you get that dressing table up here?
I don't know. It's always been here, ever since I can remember. A lot of the furniture was stolen, but not that.
There were 2 pink roses on the tray, each in a small brown jug. One was full-blown, and as I touched it, the petals dropped. Rose elle a vécu, I said and laughed. Is that poem true? Have all beautiful things sad destinies?
No, of course not.
Her little fan was on the table. She took it up, laughing, lay back and shut her eyes.
I think I won't get up this morning.
Not get up? Not get up at all?
I'll get up when I wish to. I'm very lazy, you know, like Christophine. I often stay in bed all day.
She flourished her fan.
The bathing pool is quite near. Go before it gets hot. Baptiste will show you. There are 2 pools. One we call the champagne pool, because it has a waterfall. Not a big one, you understand, but it's good to feel it on your shoulders. Underneath is the nutmeg pool. That's brown and shaded by a big nutmeg tree. It's just big enough to swim in. But be careful. Remember to put your clothes on a rock, and before you dress again, shake them very well. Look for the red ant. That is the worst. It is very small, but bright red, so you will be able to see it easily if you look. Be careful, she said, and waved her little fan. One morning, soon after we arrived, the row of tall trees outside my window was covered with small pale flowers, too fragile to resist the wind. They fell in a day and looked like snow on the rough grass. Snow with a faint sweet scent. Then they were blown away. The fine weather lasted longer. It lasted all that week, and the next, and the next, and the next. No sign of a break. My fever weakness left me. So did all misgiving. I went very early to the bathing pool and stayed there for hours, unwilling to leave the river, the trees shading it, the flowers that opened at night. They were tightly shut, drooping, sheltering from the sun under their thick leaves. It was a beautiful place, wild, untouched, above all untouched, with an alien, disturbing, secret loveliness. And it kept its secret. I'd find myself thinking, what I see is nothing. I want what it hides. That is not nothing. In the late afternoon, when the water was warmer, she bathed with me. She'd spent some time throwing pebbles at a flat stone in the middle of the pool. I've seen him. He hasn't died or gone to any other river. He's still there. The land crabs are harmless. People say they are harmless. I wouldn't like to.
Nor would I. Horrible-looking creatures. She was undecided, uncertain about facts, any fact. When I asked her if the snakes we sometimes saw were poisonous, she said,
"Not those. The fer de lance, of course, but there are none here." And added, "But how can they be sure? Do you think they know?"
Then,
"Our snakes are not poisonous. Of course not."
however, she was certain about the monster crab, and one afternoon when I was watching her, hardly able to believe she was the pale, silent creature I had married, watching her, in her blue chemise, blue with white spots, hitched up far above her knees, she stopped laughing, called a warning, and threw a large pebble. She threw like a boy, with a sure, graceful movement, and I looked down at very long pincer claws, jagged-edged and sharp, vanishing.
"He won't come after you if you keep away from that stone. He lives there. Oh, it's another sort of crab. I don't know the name in English. Very big, very old."
As we were walking home, I asked her who had taught her to aim so well.
"Oh, Sandy taught me, a boy you never met."
Every evening we saw the sun go down from the thatched shelter she called the ajupa, I, the summer house. We watched the sky and the distant sea on fire. All colours were in that fire, and the huge clouds fringed and shot with flame. But I soon tired of the display. I was waiting for the scent of the flowers by the river. They opened when darkness came, and it came quickly. Not night or darkness as I knew it, but night with blazing stars, an alien moon. Night, full of strange noises. Still night, not day.
"The man who owns Consolation Estate is a hermit," she was saying. "He never sees anyone, hardly ever speaks, they say."
A hermit neighbour suits me very well indeed.
"There are 4 hermits in this island," she said. 4 real ones. Others pretend, but they leave when the rainy season comes, or else they are drunk all the time. That's when sad things happen."
"So this place is as lonely as it feels?" I asked her.
"Yes, it is lonely. Are you happy here?"
Who wouldn't be?
"I love it more than anywhere in the world, as if it were a person, more than a person."
"But you don't know the world," I teased her.
"No, only here, and Jamaica, of course. Colibri, Spanish Town. I don't know the other islands at all. Is the world more beautiful then?"
And how to answer that? "It's different," I said. She told me that for a long time they had not known what was happening at Grand Bois.
"When Mr. Mason came,"
she always called her stepfather Mr. Mason,
"the forest was swallowing it up. The overseer drank, the house was dilapidated, all the furniture had been stolen. Then Baptiste was discovered. A butler. In St. Kitts, but born in this island and willing to come back. He's a very good overseer,"
she'd say, and I'd agree, keeping my opinion of Baptiste, Christophine, and all the others to myself. Baptiste says, Christophine wants. She trusted them, and I did not. But I could hardly say so. Not yet. We didn't see a great deal of them. The kitchen and the swarming kitchen life were some way off. As for the money which she handed out so carelessly, not counting it, not knowing how much she gave, all the unfamiliar faces that appeared then disappeared, though never without a large meal eaten and a shot of rum, I discovered. Sisters, cousins, aunts and uncles. If she asked no questions, how could I? The house was swept and dusted very early, usually before I woke. Hilda brought coffee, and there were always 2 roses on the tray. Sometimes she'd smile a sweet childish smile. Sometimes she would giggle very loudly and rudely, bang the tray down and run away. "Stupid little girl," I'd say.
No, she's shy. The girls here are very shy."
After breakfast at noon, there'd be silence till the evening meal, which was served much later than in England. Christophine's whims and fancies, I was sure. Then we were left alone. Sometimes a sidelong look or a sly, knowing glance disturbed me, but it was never for long. Not now, I would think. Not yet. It was often raining when I woke during the night. A light, capricious shower, dancing, playful rain, or hushed, muted, growing louder, more persistent, more powerful, an inexorable sound, but always music, a music I had never heard before. Then I would look at her for long minutes by candlelight, wonder why she seemed sad asleep, and curse the fever or the caution that had made me so blind, so feeble, so hesitating. I'd remember her effort to escape.
No, I am sorry. I do not wish to marry you.
Had she given way to that man Richard's arguments? Threats, probably. I wouldn't trust him far. Or to my half-serious blandishments and promises. In any case, she had given way, but coldly, unwillingly, trying to protect herself with silence and a blank face. Poor weapons. And they had not served her well or lasted long. If I have forgotten caution, she has forgotten silence and coldness. Shall I wake her up and listen to the things she says, whispers, in darkness? Not by day.
I never wished to leave before I knew you. I always thought it would be better if I died. Such a long time to wait before it's over.
And did you ever tell anyone this?
There was no one to tell, no one to listen. Oh, you can't imagine Colibri.
But after Colibri?
After Colibri it was too late. I did not change.
All day she'd be like any other girl. Smile at herself in the looking-glass.
Do you like this scent?
Try to teach me her songs, for they haunted me. Adieu foulard, adieu madras. Or, ma belle qu'a dit maman lit. My beautiful girl said to her mother.
No, it is not like that. Now listen, it is this way.
She'd be silent or angry for no reason, and chatter to Christophine in patois. Why do you hug and kiss, Christophine? I'd say.
Why not?
I wouldn't hug and kiss them, I'd say. I couldn't. At this she'd laugh for a long time, and never tell me why she laughed. But at night, how different. Even her voice was changed. Always this talk of death. Is she trying to tell me that is the secret of this place? That there is no other way? She knows. She knows.
Why did you make me want to leave? Why did you do that to me?
Because I wished it. Isn't that enough?
Yes, it is enough. But if one day you didn't wish it, what should I do then? Suppose you took this happiness away when I wasn't looking.
And lose my own? Who'd be so foolish?
I'm not used to happiness, she said. It makes me afraid.
Never be afraid. Or if you are, tell no one.
I understand, but trying does not help me.
What would? She did not answer that. Then one night she whispered,
If I could die, now, when I am happy, would you do that? You wouldn't have to kill me. Say die, and I will die. You don't believe me? Then try. Try, say die, and watch me die.
Die then. Die. I watched her die many times. In my way, not in hers. In sunlight, in shadow, by moonlight, by candlelight. In the long afternoons when the house was empty. Only the sun was there to keep us company. We shut him out. And why not? Very soon, she was as eager for what's called loving as I was. More lost and drowned afterwards. She said,
"Here I can do as I like."
Not I. And then I said it too. It seemed right in that lonely place. Here I can do as I like. We seldom met anyone when we left the house. If we did, they'd greet us and go on their way. I grew to like these mountain people. Silent, reserved, never servile, never curious, or so I thought, not knowing that their quick sideways looks saw everything they wished to see. It was at night that I felt danger, and would try to forget it and push it away. "You are safe," I'd say. She liked that, to be told, "You are safe." Or I'd touch her face gently and touch tears. Tears. Nothing. Words. Less than nothing. As for the happiness I gave her, that was worse than nothing. I did not love her. I was thirsty for her, but that is not love. I felt very little tenderness for her. She was a stranger to me. A stranger who did not think or feel as I did. One afternoon, the sight of a dress which she'd left lying on her bedroom floor made me breathless and savage with desire. When I was exhausted, I turned away from her and slept, still without a word or a caress. I woke, and she was kissing me. Soft, light kisses.
"It is late," she said, and smiled. "You must let me cover you up. The land breeze can be cold."
"And you, aren't you cold?"
"Oh, I will be ready quickly. I wear the dress you like tonight."
"Yes, do wear it." The floor was strewn with garments, hers and mine. She stepped over them carelessly as she walked, to her clothes press.
"I was thinking, I'll have another made exactly like it,"
she promised happily.
"Will you be pleased?"
Very pleased. If she was a child, she was not a stupid child, but an obstinate one. She often questioned me about England and listened attentively to my answers, but I was certain that nothing I said made much difference. Her mind was already made up. Some romantic novel, a stray remark never forgotten, a sketch, a picture, a song, a waltz, some note of music, and her ideas were fixed. About England and about Europe. I couldn't change them, and probably nothing would. Reality might disconcert her, bewilder her, hurt her. But it would not be reality. It would be only a mistake, a misfortune, a wrong path taken. Her fixed ideas would never change. Nothing that I told her influenced her at all. Die, then. Sleep. It is all that I can give you. Wonder if she ever guessed how near she came to dying. In her way, not in mine. It was not a safe game to play in that place. Desire, hatred, life, death came very close in the darkness. Better not to know how close, better not to think, never for a moment. Not close. The same. "You are safe," I'd say to her and to myself. "Shut your eyes. Rest." Then I'd listen to the rain, a sleepy tune that seemed as if it would go on forever. Rain, forever raining. Drown me in sleep. and soon. Next morning there would be very little sign of these showers. If some of the flowers were battered, the others smelt sweeter. The air was bluer and sparkling fresh. Only the clay path outside my window was muddy. Little shallow pools of water glinted in the hot sun. Red earth does not dry quickly.
"It came for you this morning early, master,"
Amelie said.
"Hilda take it?"
She gave me a bulky envelope addressed in careful copperplate. "By hand, urgent," was written in the corner. One of our hermit neighbours, I thought. And an enclosure for Antoinette. Then I saw Baptiste standing near the veranda steps, put the letter in my pocket and forgot it. I was later than usual that morning, but when I was dressed, I sat for a long time listening to the waterfall, eyes half closed, drowsy and content. When I put my hand in my pocket for my watch, I touched the envelope and opened it. "Dear Sir, I take up my pen after long thought and meditation, but in the end the truth is better than a lie. I have this to say. You have been shamefully deceived by the Mason family. They tell you perhaps that your wife's name is Cosway, the English gentleman Mr. Mason being her stepfather only, but they don't tell you what sort of people were these Cosways. Wicked and detestable slave owners since generations. Yes, everybody hate them in Jamaica, and also in this beautiful island, where I hope your stay will be long and pleasant in spite of all, for some not worth sorrow. Wickedness is not the worst. There is madness in that family. Old Cosway die raving like his father before him. You ask what proof I have and why I mix myself up in your affairs. I will answer you. I am your wife's brother by another lady, halfway house, as we say. Her father and mine was a shameless man, and of all his illegitimates, I am the most unfortunate and poverty-stricken. My mamma died when I was quite small, and my godmother take care of me. The old mister hand out some money for that, though he don't like me. No, that old devil don't like me at all, and when I grow older I see it, and I think, let him wait, my day will come. Ask the older people, sir, about his disgusting goings-on. Some will remember. When Madam his wife die, the reprobate marry again, quick, to a young girl from Martinique. It's too much for him. Dead drunk from morning till night, and he die raving and cursing. Then comes the glorious Emancipation Act, and trouble for some of the high and mighties. Nobody would work for the young woman and her 2 children, and that place, Colibri, goes quickly to bush, as all does out here when nobody toil and labour on the land. She have no money, and she have no friends, for French and English, like cat and dog in these islands, since long time. Shoot, kill, everything. The woman called Christophine, also from Martinique, stay with her, and an old man Godfrey, too silly to know what happen. Some like that. This young Mrs. Cosway is worthless and spoilt. She can't lift a hand for herself, and soon the madness that is in her and in all these white Creoles comes out. She shut herself away, laughing and talking to nobody, as many can bear witness. As for the little girl, Antoinette, as soon as she can walk, she hide herself if she see anybody. We all wait to hear the woman jump over a precipice, fini batte, as we say here, which means finished to fight. But no, she marry again to the rich Englishman, Mr. Mason, and there is much I could say about that, but you won't believe, so I shut my mouth. They say he love her so much that if he have the world on a plate he give it to her, but no use. The madness gets worse, and she has to be shut away, for she tried to kill her husband, madness not being all either. That, sir, is your wife's mother. That was her father. I leave Jamaica. I don't know what happened to the woman. Some say she is dead, other deny it. But old Mason take a great fancy for the girl Antoinette, and give her half his money when he die. As for me, I wander high and low. Not much luck, but a little money put by, and I get to know of a house for sale in this island near Massacre. It's going very cheap, so I buy it. News travel even to this wild place. And next thing I hear from Jamaica is that old Mason is dead, and the family plan to marry the girl to a young Englishman who know nothing of her. Then it seems to me that it is my Christian duty to warn the gentleman that she is no girl to marry with the bad blood she have from both sides. But they are white, I am coloured. They are rich, I am poor. As I think about these things, they do it quick, while you still weak with fever at the magistrates before you can ask questions. If this is true or not, you must know for yourself. Then you come to this island for your honeymoon, and it's certain that the Lord put the thing on my shoulders and that it is I must speak the truth to you. Still I hesitate. I hear you young and handsome with kind word for all, black, white, also coloured. But I hear too that the girl is beautiful like her mother was beautiful, and you bewitch with her. She is in your blood and your bones, by night and by day. But you, an honourable man, know well that for marriage more is needed than all this, which does not last. Old Mason bewitched so with her mother, and look what happened to him. Sir, I pray I am in time to warn you what to do. Sir, ask yourself how I can make up this story and for what reason. When I leave Jamaica, I can read, write, and cipher a little. The good man in Barbados teach me more. He give me books. He tell me read the Bible every day, and I pick up knowledge without effort. He is surprised how quick I am. Still I remain an ignorant man, and I do not make up this story. I cannot. It is true. I sit at my window, and the words fly past me like birds. With God's help, I catch some. A week this letter take me. I cannot sleep at night thinking what to say. So quickly now I draw to a close and cease my task. Still you don't believe me? Then ask that devil of a man Richard Mason 3 questions and make him answer you. Is your wife's mother shut away, a raging lunatic and worse besides? Dead or alive, I do not know. Was your wife's brother an idiot from birth, though God mercifully take him early on? Is your wife herself going the same way as her mother and all knowing it? Richard Mason is a sly man, and he will tell you a lot of Nancy stories, which is what we call lies here, about what happened at Colibri and this and that. Don't listen. Make him answer, yes or no. If he keep his mouth shut, ask others, for many think it shameful how that family treat you and your relatives. I beg you, sir, come to see me, for there is more that you should know. But my hand ache, my head ache, and my heart is like a stone for the grief I bring you. Money is good, but no money can pay for a crazy wife in your bed. Crazy and worse besides. I lay down my pen with one last request. Come and see me quickly. Your obedient servant, Daniel Cosway. Ask the girl Amélie where I live. She knows and she knows me. She belongs to this island. I folded the letter carefully and put it into my pocket. I felt no surprise. It was as if I'd expected it, been waiting for it. For a time, long or short, I don't know, I sat listening to the river. At last I stood up. The sun was hot now. I walked stiffly, nor could I force myself to think. Then I passed an orchid with long sprays of golden-brown flowers. One of them touched my cheek, and I remembered picking some for her one day. They are like you, I told her. Now I stopped, broke a spray off, and trampled it into the mud. This brought me to my senses. I leaned against a tree, sweating and trembling. Far too hot today. I said aloud. Far too hot. When I came in sight of the house, I began to walk silently. No one was about. The kitchen door was shut, and the place looked deserted. I went up the steps and along the veranda, and when I heard voices, stopped behind the door which led into Antoinette's room. I could see it reflected in the looking-glass. She was in bed, and the girl Amélie was sweeping.
"Finish quickly," said Antoinette, "and go and tell Christophine I want to see her."
Amélie rested her hands on the broom handle. "Christophine is going," she said.
"Going?"
repeated Antoinette.
"Yes, going," said Amélie. "Christophine don't like this sweet honeymoon house."
Turning round, she saw me and laughed loudly.
"Your husband, he outside the door and he look like he see a zombie. Must be he tired of the sweet honeymoon, too."
Antoinette jumped out of bed and slapped her face.
"I hit you back, white cockroach, I hit you back,"
said Amélie, and she did. Antoinette gripped her hair. Amélie, whose teeth were bared, seemed to be trying to bite. "Antoinette, for God's sake!" I said from the doorway. She swung round, very pale. Amélie buried her face in her hands and pretended to sob, but I could see her watching me through her fingers. "Go away, child," I said.
"You call her child," said Antoinette. "She is older than the devil himself, and the devil is not more cruel."
"Send Christophine up," I said to Amélie.
"Yes, master, yes, master,"
she answered softly, dropping her eyes. But as soon as she was out of the room, she began to sing.
"The white cockroach she marry, the white cockroach she marry, the white cockroach she buy young man, the white cockroach she marry."
Antoinette took a few steps forward. She walked unsteadily. I went to help her, but she pushed me away, sat on the bed, and with clenched teeth pulled at the sheet, then made a clicking sound of annoyance. She took a pair of scissors from the round table, cut through the hem, and tore the sheet in half, then each half into strips. The noise she made prevented me from hearing Christophine come in, but Antoinette heard her.
"You're not leaving?"
she said. "Yes," said Christophine.
"And what will become of me?"
said Antoinette. "Get up, girl, and dress yourself. Woman must have spunks to live in this wicked world." She had changed into a drab cotton dress and taken off her heavy gold earrings. "I see enough trouble," she said. "I have right to my rest. I have my house that your mother gave me so long ago, and I have my garden and my son to work for me. A lazy boy, but I make him work. Two besides, a young master don't like me, and perhaps I don't like him so much. If I stay here, I bring trouble and bone of contention in your house."
"If you are not happy here, then go,"
said Antoinette. Aurélie came into the room with 2 jugs of hot water. She looked at me sideways and smiled. Christophine said in a soft voice, "Amélie, smile like that once more. Just once more, and I mash your face like I mash plantain. You hear me? Answer me, girl."
"Yes, Christophine,"
Amélie said. She looked frightened. "And 2 besides, I give you bellyache like you never see bellyache. Perhaps you lie a long time with the bellyache I give you. Perhaps you don't get up again with the bellyache I give you. So keep yourself quiet and decent. You hear me?"
Yes, Christophine,
Amelie said, and crept out of the room. She worthless and good for nothing, said Christophine with contempt. She creep and crawl like centipede. She kissed Antoinette on the cheek. Then she looked at me, shook her head, and muttered in patois before she went out.
Did you hear what that girl was singing?
Antoinette said. I don't always understand what they say or sing. Or anything else.
It was a song about a white cockroach. That's me. That's what they call all of us who were here before their own people in Africa sold them to the slave traders. And I've heard English women call us white niggers. So between you, I often wonder who I am, and where is my country, and where do I belong, and why was I ever born at all? Will you go now, please? I must dress, like Christophine said.
After I had waited half an hour, I knocked at her door. There was no answer, so I asked Baptiste to bring me something to eat. He was sitting under the Seville orange tree at the end of the veranda. He served the food with such a mournful expression that I thought these people are very vulnerable. How old was I when I learned to hide what I felt? A very small boy. 6, 5, even earlier. It was necessary, I was told, and that view I have always accepted. If these mountains challenge me, or Baptiste's face, or Antoinette's eyes, they are mistaken, melodramatic, unreal. England must be quite unreal and like a dream, she said. The rum punch I had drunk was very strong, and after the meal was over, I had a great wish to sleep. And why not? This is the time when everyone sleeps. I imagined the dogs, the cats, the cocks and the hens, all sleeping. Even the water in the river, running more slowly. I woke up, thought at once of Antoinette, and opened the door into her room. But she was sleeping too. Her back was towards me, and she looked quite still. I looked out of the window. The silence was disturbing, absolute. I would have welcomed the sound of a dog barking, a man sawing wood. Nothing. Silence. Heat. It was 5 minutes to 3. I went out, following the path I could see from my window. It must have rained heavily during the night, for the red clay was very muddy. I passed a sparse plantation of coffee trees, then straggly guava bushes. As I walked, I remembered my father's face and his thin lips, my brother's round, conceited eyes. They knew. And Richard, the fool, he knew too. And the girl, with her blank, smiling face. They all knew. I began to walk very quickly, then stopped because the light was different. A green light. I had reached the forest, and you cannot mistake the forest. It is hostile. The path was overgrown, but it was possible to follow it. I went on without looking at the tall trees on either side. Once I stepped over a fallen log, swarming with white ants. How can one discover truth, I thought, and that thought led me nowhere. No one would tell me the truth. Not my father, nor Richard Mason. Certainly not the girl I had married. I stood still, so sure I was being watched that I looked over my shoulder. Nothing but the trees and the green light under the trees. A track was just visible, and I went on, glancing from side to side, and sometimes quickly behind me. This was why I stubbed my foot on a stone and nearly fell. The stone I had tripped on was not a boulder, but part of a paved road. There had been a paved road through this forest. The track led to a large, clear space. Here were the ruins of a stone house, and round the ruins, rose trees that had grown to an incredible height. At the back of the ruins, a wild orange tree covered with fruit, the leaves a dark green. A beautiful place, and calm. So calm that it seemed foolish to think or plan. What had I to think about, and how could I plan? Under the orange tree, I noticed little bunches of flowers tied with grass. I don't know how long it was before I began to feel chilly. The light had changed, and the shadows were long. I'd better get back before dark, I thought. Then I saw a little girl carrying a large basket on her head. I met her eyes, and to my astonishment she screamed loudly, threw up her arms and ran. The basket fell off. I called after her, but she screamed again and ran faster. She sobbed as she ran, a small frightened sound. Then she disappeared. I must be within a few minutes of the path, I thought. But after I had walked for what seemed a long time, I found that the undergrowth and creepers caught at my legs, and the trees closed over my head. I decided to go back to the clearing and start again. With the same result. It was getting dark. It was useless to tell myself that I was not far from the house. I was lost and afraid among these enemy trees. So certain of danger that when I heard footsteps and a shout, I didn't answer. The footsteps and the voice came nearer. Then I shouted back. I didn't recognize Baptiste at first. He was wearing blue cotton trousers pulled up above his knees and a broad ornamented belt round his slim waist. His machete was in his hand, and the light caught the razor-sharp blue-white edge. He didn't smile when he saw me. "We look for you a long time," he said. "I got lost." He grunted in answer and led the way, walking in front of me very quickly and cutting off any branch or creeper that stopped us with an easy swing of his machete. I said, "There was a road here once. Where did it lead to?" "No road," he said. "But I saw it. A pavé road like the French made in the islands." "No road." "Who lived in that house?" "They say a priest, Père Lelièvre. He lived here a long time ago." "A child passed," I said. "She seemed very frightened when she saw me. Is there something wrong about the place?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Is there a ghost? A zombie there?" I persisted. "Don't know nothing about all that foolishness." "There was a road here sometime." "No road," he repeated obstinately. It was nearly dark when we were back on the red clay path. He walked more slowly, turned and smiled at me. It was as if he'd put his service mask on the savage, reproachful face I had seen. "You don't like the woods at night?" He didn't answer, but pointed to a light and said, "It's a long time I've been looking for you. Miss Antoinette frightened, you come to harm." When we reached the house, I felt very weary. "You like you catch fever," he said. "I've had that already." "No limit to times you catch fever." There was no one on the veranda, and no sound from the house. We both stood in the road looking up. Then he said, "I send a girl to you, master." Hilda brought me a large bowl of soup and some fruit. I tried the door into Antoinette's room. It was bolted, and there was no light. Hilda giggled, a nervous giggle. I told her that I didn't want anything to eat, to bring me the decanter of rum and a glass. I drank, then took up the book I had been reading, The Glittering Coronet of Isles, it was called, and I turned to the chapter, Obey. A zombie is a dead person who seems to be alive, or a living person who is dead. A zombie can also be the spirit of a place, usually malignant, but sometimes to be propitiated with sacrifices or offerings of flowers and fruit. I thought at once of the bunches of flowers at the priest's ruined house. They cry out in the wind, that is their voice. They rage in the sea, that is their anger. So I was told, but I have noticed that Negroes, as a rule, refuse to discuss the black magic in which so many believe. Voodoo, as it is called in Haiti, Obe in some of the islands, another name in South America. They confuse matters by telling lies if pressed. The white people, sometimes credulous, pretend to dismiss the whole thing as nonsense. Cases of sudden or mysterious death are attributed to a poison known to the Negroes which cannot be traced. It is further complicated by...
I did not look up, though I saw him at the window, but rode on without thinking till I came to the rocks. People here call them moon morts, the dead ones. Preston shied at them. They say horses always do. Then he stumbled badly, so I dismounted and walked along with the bridle over my arm. It was getting hot, and I was tired when I reached the path to Christophine's two-roomed house. The roof shingled, not thatched. She was sitting on a box under her mango tree, smoking a white clay pipe, and she called out, "It's you, Antoinette? Why you come up here so early?" "I just wanted to see you," I said. She helped me loosen Preston's girth and led him to a stream nearby. He drank as if he were very thirsty, then shook himself and snorted. Water flew out of his nostrils. We left him cropping grass and went back to the mango tree. She sat on her box, pushed another towards me, but I knelt close to her, touching a thin silver bangle that she always wore. "You smell the same," I said.
"You come all this long way to tell me that,"
she said. Her clothes smelled of clean cotton, starched and ironed. I had seen her so often, standing knee-deep in the river at Colibri, her long skirt hitched up, washing her dresses and her white shifts, then beating them against the stones. Sometimes there would be other women, all bringing their washing down on the stones again and again, a gay, busy noise. At last they would spread the wet clothes in the sun, wipe their foreheads, start talking and laughing. She smelled, too, of their smell, so warm and comforting to me, but he does not like it. The sky was dark blue through the dark green mango leaves, and I thought, this is my place, and this is where I belong, and this is where I wish to stay. Then I thought, what a beautiful tree, but it is too high up here for mangoes, and it may never bear fruit. And I thought of lying alone in my bed, with the soft silk cotton mattress and fine sheets, listening. At last I said, "Christophine, he does not love me. I think he hates me. He always sleeps in his dressing room now, and the servants know. If I get angry, he is scornful and silent. Sometimes he does not speak to me for hours, and I cannot endure it any more. I cannot. What shall I do? He was not like that at first," I said. Pink and red hibiscus grew in front of her door. She lit her pipe and did not answer. "Answer me," I said. She puffed out a cloud of smoke.
"You ask me a hard thing. I tell you a hard thing. Pack up and go."
"Go? Go where? To some strange place where I shall never see him? No, I will not. Then everyone, not only the servants, will laugh at me."
"It's not you they laugh at if you go. They laugh at him."
"I will not do that."
"Why you ask me, if when I answer you say no? Why you come up here, if when I tell you the truth you say no?"
"But there must be something else I can do." She looked gloomy.
"When man don't love you, more you try. More he hate you, Man like that. If you love them, they treat you bad. If you don't love them, they after you night and day, bothering your soul case out. I hear about you and your husband, she said.
But I cannot go. He is my husband, after all.
She spat over her shoulder. All women, all colours, nothing but fools. 3 children I have, one living in this world. Each one a different father, but no husband. I thank my God. I keep my money. I don't give it to no worthless man.
When must I go? Where must I go?
But look me trouble. A rich white girl like you and more foolish than the rest. The man don't treat you good. Pick up your skirt and walk out. Do it.
And I am not rich now. I have no money of my own at all. Everything I had belongs to him.
What you tell me there?
She said sharply. That is English law.
Law? The Mason boy fix it. That boy worse than Satan, and he burn in hell one of these fine nights. Listen to me now, and I advise you what to do. Tell your husband you're feeling sick and you want to visit your cousin in Martinique. Ask him pretty for some of your own money. The man not bad-hearted, he give it. When you get away, stay away. Ask more. He give again, and well satisfied. In the end, he come to find out what you do, how you get on without him. And if he see you fat and happy, he want you back. Men like that. Better not stay in that old house. Go from that house, I tell you.
You think I must leave him?
You ask me, so I answer.
Yes, I said. After all, I could. But why should I go to Martinique? I wish to see England. I might be able to borrow money for that. Not from him, but I know how I might get it. I must travel far if I go. I have been too unhappy, I thought. It cannot last, being so unhappy. It would kill you. I will be a different person when I live in England, and different things will happen to me. England, rosy pink in the geography book map. But on the page opposite, the words are closely crowded, heavy-looking. Exports, coal, iron, wool. Then imports, and character of inhabitants. Names. Essex, Chelmsford on the Chelmer. The Yorkshire and Lincolnshire wolds. Wolds? Does that mean hills? How high? Half the height of ours, or not even that? Cool green leaves in the short, cool summer. Summer. There are fields of corn like sugar-cane fields, but gold color and not so tall. After summer, the trees are bare, then winter and snow, white feathers falling, torn pieces of paper falling. They say frost makes flower patterns on the window panes. I must know more than I know already, for I know that house where I will be cold and not belonging. The bed I shall lie in has red curtains, and I have slept there many times before, long ago. How long ago? In that bed I would dream the end of my dream. But my dream had nothing to do with England, and I must not think like this. I must remember about chandeliers and dancing, about swans and roses and snow. And snow. England? Said Christophine, who was watching me. You think there is such a place? How can you ask that? You know there is. I never see the damn place. How I know? You do not believe that there is a country called England? She blinked and answered quickly. I don't say I don't believe. I say I don't know. I know what I see with my eyes, and I never see it. Besides, I ask myself, is this place like they tell us? Some say one thing, some different. I hear it cold to freeze your bones, and they thief your money clever like the devil.
You have money in your pocket, you look again and bam, no money. Why you want to go to this cold thief place? If there is this place at all, I never see it. That one thing sure.
I stared at her thinking, but how can she know the best thing for me to do, this ignorant, obstinate old Negro woman who is not certain if there is such a place as England? She knocked out her pipe and stared back at me. Her eyes had no expression at all. Christophine, I say, I may do as you advise, but not yet. Now, I thought, I must say what I came to say. You knew what I wanted as soon as you saw me, and you certainly know now. Well? Don't you? I heard my voice getting high and thin.
Hush up, she said. If the man don't love you, I can't make him love you.
Yes, you can. I know you can. That is what I wish, and that is why I came here. You can make people love or hate, or die, I said. She threw back her head and laughed loudly. But she never laughs loudly, and why is she laughing at all?
So, you believe in that dim story about Obey you hear when you're so high? All that foolishness and folly. Two besides that is not for Becky. Bad trouble come when Becky meddle with that.
You must, I said. You must.
Hush up. Jojo, my son, coming to see me. If he catch you crying, he tell everybody.
I will be quiet. I will not cry. But Christophine, if he, my husband, could come to me one night, once more, I would make him love me.
No, Dudu, no.
Yes, Christophine.
You talk foolishness. Even if I can make him come to your bed, I cannot make him love you. Afterward, he hate you.
No. And what do I care if he does? He hates me now. I hear him every night, walking up and down the veranda. Up and down. When he passes my door, he says, "Good night, Bertha." He never calls me Antoinette now. He has found out it was my mother's name. "I hope you will sleep well, Bertha." It cannot be worse, I said. That one night he came. I might sleep afterwards. I sleep so badly now. And I dream.
No, I don't meddle with that for you.
Then I beat my fist on a stone, forcing myself to speak calmly. Going away to Martinique or England or anywhere else, that is a lie. He would never give me money to go away, and he would be furious if I asked him. There would be a scandal if I left him, and he hates scandal. Even if I got away, and how? He would force me back. So would Richard. So would everybody else. Running away from him, from this island, is the lie. What reason could I give for going, and who would believe me? When she bent her head, she looked old, and I thought, "Oh, Christophine, do not grow old. You are the only friend I have. Do not go away from me into being old."
Your husband certainly love money, she said. That is no lie. Money have pretty face for everybody. But for that man, money pretty like pretty self. He can't see nothing else.
Help me then.
Listen, Dudu J. Plenty people fasten bad words on you and your mother. I know it. I know who is talking and what they say. The man not a bad man, even if he love money. But he hear so many stories he don't know what to believe. That is why he keep away. I put no trust in none of those people around you. Not here, not in Jamaica.
Not Aunt Cora?
Your auntie old woman now. She turned her face to the wall.
How do you know? I said, for that is what happened. When I passed her room, I heard her quarrelling with Richard, and I knew it was about my marriage.
It's disgraceful, she said. It's shameful. You're handing over everything the child owns to a perfect stranger. Your father would never have allowed it. She should be protected, legally. A settlement can be arranged, and it should be arranged. That was his intention. You're talking about an honourable gentleman, not a rascal,
Richard said.
I'm not in a position to make conditions, as you know very well. She's damn lucky to get him, all things considered. Why should I insist on a lawyer's settlement when I trust him? I would trust him with my life,
he went on in an affected voice.
You are trusting him with her life, not yours, she said.
He told her, for God's sake, shut up, you old fool, and banged the door when he left, so angry that he did not notice me standing in the passage. She was sitting up in bed when I went into her room.
Half-wit, that boy is, or pretends to be. I do not like what I have seen of this honourable gentleman. Stiff, hard as a board, and stupid as a foot, in my opinion, except where his own interests are concerned.
She was very pale and shaking all over, so I gave her the smelling salts on the dressing table. They were in a red glass bottle with a gilt top. She put the bottle to her nose, but her hand dropped as though she were too tired to hold it steady. Then she turned away from the window, the sky, the looking-glass, the pretty things on the dressing table. The red and gilt bottle fell to the floor. She turned her face to the wall.
The Lord has forsaken us,
she said, and shut her eyes. She did not speak again, and after a while I thought she was asleep. She was too ill to come to my wedding, and I went to say goodbye. I was excited and happy, thinking now it is my honeymoon. I kissed her, and she gave me a little silk bag.
My rings. 2 are valuable. Don't show it to him. Hide it away. Promise me.
I promised, but when I opened it, one of the rings was plain gold. I thought I might sell another yesterday, but who will buy what I have to sell here? Christophine was saying,
Your auntie too old and sick for that Mason boy worthless. Have spunks and do battle for yourself. Speak to your husband calm and cool. Tell him about your mother and all what happened at Colibri and why she gets sick and what they do to her. Don't bawl at the man and don't make crazy faces. Don't cry either. Crying no good with him. Speak nice and make him understand.
I have tried, I said, but he does not believe me. It is too late for that now. It is always too late for truth, I thought. I will try again, if you will do what I ask. Oh, Christophine, I am so afraid, I said. I do not know why, but so afraid. All the time. Help me. She said something I did not hear. Then she took a sharp stick and drew lines and circles on the earth under the tree, then rubbed them out with her foot. If you talk to him first, I do what you ask me. Now? Yes, she said. Now look at me. Look in my eyes. I was giddy when I stood up, and she went into the house, muttering, and came out with a cup of coffee. Good shot of white rum in that, she said. Your face like a dead woman, and your eyes red like coucrion. Keep yourself quiet.
Look, Jojo coming. He talked to everybody about what he hear. Nothing but a leaky calabash, that boy.
When I had drunk the coffee, I began to laugh. I have been so unhappy for nothing, I said. Her son was carrying a large basket on his head. I watched his strong brown legs swinging along the path so easily. He seemed surprised and inquisitive when he saw me, but he asked politely in patois, was I well? Was the master in good health? Yes, Jojo, thank you. We are both well. Christophine helped him with the basket. Then she brought out the bottle of white rum and poured out half a tumbler full. He swallowed it quickly. Then she filled the glass with water, and he drank that, like they do. She said in English,
The mistress is going. Her horse at the back there. Saddle him up.
I followed her into the house. There was a wooden table in the outer room, a bench, and 2 broken-down chairs. Her bedroom was large and dark. She still had her bright patchwork counterpane, the palm leaf from Palm Sunday, and the prayer for a happy death. But after I noticed a heap of chicken feathers in one corner, I did not look round any more.
So, already you frightened, eh?
And when I saw her expression, I took my purse from my pocket and threw it on the bed.
You don't have to give me money. I do this foolishness because you beg me, not for money.
Is it foolishness? I said, whispering,
and she laughed again, but softly. If Becky say it foolishness, then it foolishness. Becky clever like the devil, more clever than God, ain't so? Now listen, and I will tell you what to do.
When we came out into the sunlight, Jojo was holding Preston near a big stone. I stood on it and mounted. Goodbye, Christophine. Goodbye, Jojo.
Goodbye, mistress.
You will come and see me very soon, Christophine.
Yes, I will come.
I looked back at the end of the path. She was talking to Jojo, and he seemed curious and amused. Nearby a cock crowed, and I thought, that is for betrayal. But who is the traitor? She did not want to do this. I forced her with my ugly money. And what does anyone know about traitors? Or why Judas did what he did? I can remember every second of that morning. If I shut my eyes, I can see the deep blue color of the sky and the mango leaves, the pink and red hibiscus, the yellow handkerchief she wore round her head, tied in the Martinique fashion with the sharp points in front. But now I see everything still, fixed forever, like the colors in a stained-glass window. Only the clouds move. It was wrapped in a leaf, what she had given me, and I felt it cool and smooth against my skin.
The mistress pay a visit? Baptiste told me when he brought my coffee that morning. She will come back tonight or tomorrow. She make up her mind in a hurry and she has gone. In the afternoon, Amelie brought me a second letter. Why you don't answer? You don't believe me? Then ask someone else. Everybody in Spanish Town know. Why you think they bring you to this place? You want me to come to your house and bawl out your business before everybody? You come to me, or I come. At this point I stopped reading. The child Hilda came into the room, and I asked her, Is Amelie here?
Yes, master.
Tell her I wish to speak to her.
Yes, master.
She put her hand over her mouth as if to stifle laughter, but her eyes, which were the blackest I had ever seen, so black that it was impossible to distinguish the pupils from the iris, were alarmed and bewildered. I sat on the veranda with my back to the sea, and it was as if I had done it all my life. I couldn't imagine different weather or a different sky. I knew the shape of the mountains as well as I knew the shape of the 2 brown jugs filled with white, sweet-scented flowers on the wooden table. I knew that the girl would be wearing a white dress. Brown and white she would be. Her curls, her white girl's hair, she called it, half covered with a red handkerchief, her feet bare. There would be the sky and the mountains, the flowers and the girl. And the feeling that all this was a nightmare, the faint consoling hope that I might wake up. She leaned lightly against the veranda post, indifferently graceful, just respectful enough, and waited. "Was this letter given to you?" I asked.
"No, master. Hilda take it."
"And is this man who writes a friend of yours?"
"Not my friend,"
she said. "But he knows you, or says he does."
"Oh, yes. I know Daniel."
"Very well, then. Will you tell him that his letters annoy me, and that he'd better not write again for his own sake? If he brings a letter, give it back to him. Understand?"
"Yes, master. I understand."
Still leaning against the post, she smiled at me, and I felt that at any moment her smile would become loud laughter. It was to stop this that I went on. "Why does he write to me?" She answered innocently.
"He don't tell you that. He write you 2 letters, and he don't say why he is writing. If you don't know, then I don't know."
"But you know him?" I said. "Is his name Cosway?"
"Some people say yes, some people say no. That's what he call himself."
She added thoughtfully that Daniel was a very superior man, always reading the Bible, and that he lived like white people. I tried to find out what she meant by this, and she explained that he had a house like white people, with 1 room only for sitting, that he had 2 pictures on the wall of his father and his mother. "White people?"
"Oh, no, color."
"But he told me in his first letter that his father was a white man." She shrugged her shoulders.
"All that too long ago for me."
It was easy to see her contempt for long ago.
"I tell him what you say, master."
Then she added,
"Why you don't go and see him? It's much better. Daniel is a bad man, and he will come here and make trouble for you. It's better he don't come. They say one time he was a preacher in Barbados. He talk like a preacher, and he have a brother in Jamaica in Spanish Town, Mr. Alexander. Very wealthy man. He own 3 rum shops and 2 dry goods stores."
She flicked a look at me, sharp as a knife.
"I hear one time that Miss Antoinette and his son Mr. Sandy get married. But that all foolishness. Miss Antoinette a white girl with a lot of money. She won't marry with a colored man, even though he don't look like a colored man. You ask Miss Antoinette. She tell you."
Like Hilda, she put her hand over her mouth, as though she could not stop herself from laughing, and walked away. Then she turned and said in a very low voice,
"I am sorry for you."
"What did you say?"
"I don't say nothing, master."
A large table, covered with a red-fringed cloth, made the small room seem hotter. The only window was shut.
"I put your chair near the door,"
Daniel said.
"A breeze come in from underneath."
But there was no breeze, not a breath of air. This place was lower down the mountain, almost at sea level. When I hear you coming, I take a good shot of rum, and then I take a glass of water to cool me down, but it don't cool me down. It run out my eyes in tears and lamentations. Why don't you give me an answer when I write to you the first time?" He went on talking, his eyes fixed on a framed text hanging on the dirty white wall. "Vengeance is mine." "You take too long, Lord," he told it. "I hurry you up a bit." Then he wiped his thin yellow face and blew his nose on a corner of the tablecloth. "They call me Daniel," he said, still not looking at me. "But my name is Esau. All I get is curses and get-outs from that damn devil, my father. My father old Causeway, with his white marble tablet in the English church at Spanish Town for all to see. It have a crest on it, and a motto in Latin, and words in big black letters. I never know such lies. I hope that stone tie round his neck and drag him down to hell in the end. Pious, they write up, beloved by all. Not a word about the people he buy and sell like cattle. Merciful to the weak, they write up, mercy. The man have a heart like stone. Sometimes when he gets sick of a woman, which is quickly, he free her like he free my mother. Even he give her a hut and a bit of land for herself, a garden, some call that, but it is no mercy. It's for wicked pride he do it. I never put my eyes on a man haughty and proud like that. He walk like he own the earth. I don't give a damn, he say. Let him wait. I can still see that tablet before my eyes because I go to look at it often. I know by heart all the lies they tell. No one to stand up and say, "Why you write lies in the church?" I tell you this so you can know what sort of people you mix up with. The heart know its own bitterness, but to keep it locked up all the time, that is hard. I remember it like yesterday the morning he put a curse on me. 16 years old, I was an anxious. I start very early. I walk all the way to Colibri, 5-6 hour I take. He don't refuse to see me. He receive me very cool and calm. And first thing he tell me is I'm always pestering him for money. This because sometimes I ask to help buy a pair of shoes and such, not to go barefoot like a nigger, which I am not. He look at me like I was dirt, and I get angry too. I have my rights after all, I tell him, and you know what he do? He laugh in my face. When he finish laughing, he call me, "What's your name?" I can't remember all their names, it's too much to expect of me, he say, talking to himself. Very old he look in the bright sunshine that morning. "It's you yourself call me Daniel," I tell him. "I'm no slave like my mother was." "Your mother was a sly boots if ever there was one," he say, "and I'm not a fool. However, the woman's dead and that's enough. But if there's one drop of my blood in your spindly carcass, I'll eat my hat." By this time my own blood had boiling point, I tell you, so I bawl back at him, "Eat it then, eat it. You haven't much time, not much time either to kiss and love your new wife. She too young for you." "Great God," he say, and his face go red and then a kind of grey colour. He tried to get up, but he fall back in his chair. Have a big silver inkstand on his desk and he threw it at my head and he cursed me, but I duck, and the inkstand hit the door. I have to laugh, but I go off quick. He send me some money, not a word, only the money. It's the last time I see him. Daniel breathed deeply and wiped his face again and offered me some rum. When I thanked him and shook my head, he poured himself half a glassful and swallowed it. "All that a long time ago," he said. "Why did you wish to see me, Daniel?" The last drink seemed to have sobered him. He looked at me directly and spoke more naturally. "I insist, because I have this to say. When you ask if what I tell you is true, you will ask, though you don't like me, I see that. But you know well my letter was no lie. Take care who you talk to. Many people like to say things behind your back, to your face they get frightened, or they don't want to mix up. The magistrate now he know a lot, but his wife very friendly with the Mason family, and she stop him if she can. Then there is my half-brother, Alexander, colored like me, but not unlucky like me. He will want to tell you all sorts of lies. He was the old man's favourite, and he prospered right from the start. Yes, Alexander, a rich man now, but he keep quiet about it. Because he prosper, he has two-face. He won't speak against white people. There is that woman up at your house, Christophine. She is the worst. She have to leave Jamaica because she go to jail. You know that. Why was she sent to jail? What did she do? His eyes slid away from mine. I tell you, I leave Spanish Town. I don't know all that happened. It's something very bad. She is obey woman and they catch her. I don't believe in all that devil business, but many believe. Christophine is a bad woman, and she will lie to you worse than your wife. Your own wife. She talks sweet talk, and she lies. The blackened gilt clock on a shelf struck 4. I must go. I must get away from his yellow, sweating face and his hateful little room. I sat still, numb, staring at him. "You like my clock?" said Daniel. "I work hard to buy it, but it is to please myself. I don't have to please no woman. Buy me this and buy me that. Demons incarnate, in my opinion. Alexander, no, he can't keep away from them. And in the end he marry a very fair-coloured girl, very respectable family. His son Sandy is like a white man, but more handsome than any white man, and received by many white people, they say. Your wife knows Sandy since long time. Ask her, and she tell you. But not everything, I think." He laughed. "Oh, no, not everything. I see them when they think nobody see them. I see her when she—" "You going, eh?" He darted to the doorway. "No. You don't go before I tell you the last thing. You want me to shut my mouth about what I know. She start with Sandy. They fool you well about that girl. She look you straight in the eye and talk sweet talk, and it's lies. She tell you lies. Her mother was so. They say she worse than her mother, and she hardly more than a child. Must be you deaf. You don't hear people laughing when you marry her. Don't waste your anger on me, sir. It's not I fool you. It's I wish to open your eyes. A tall, fine English gentleman like you. You don't want to touch a little yellow rat like me, eh? Besides, I understand well. You believe me, but you want to do everything quiet like the English can. All right. But if I keep my mouth shut, it seems to me you owe me something. What is £500 to you? To me it is my life." Now disgust was rising in me like sickness. Disgust and rage. "All right," he yelled, and moved away from the door. "Go then, get out. Now it's me to say it. Get out, get out. And if I don't have the money, I want you will see what I can do. Give my love to your wife, my sister." He called after me venomously. "You are not the first to kiss her pretty face, soft skin, pretty color, not yellow like me, but my sister, just the same." At the end of the path, out of sight and sound of the house, I stopped. The world was given up to heat and to flies. The light was dazzling after his little dark room. A black and white goat tethered nearby was staring at me, and for what seemed minutes I stared back into its slanting yellow-green eyes. Then I walked quickly to the tree where I'd left my horse and rode away as quickly as I could. The telescope was pushed to one side of the table, making room for a decanter half full of rum and 2 glasses on a tarnished silver tray. I listened to the ceaseless night noises outside and watched the procession of small moths and beetles fly into the candle flames, then poured out a drink of rum and swallowed. At once, the night noises drew away, became distant, bearable, even pleasant.
"Will you listen to me, for God's sake?"
Antoinette said. She had said this before, and I had not answered. Now I told her. Of course. I'd be the brute you'd doubtless think me if I did not do that.
"Why do you hate me?"
she said. "I do not hate you. I'm most distressed about you. I am distraught, I said. But this was untrue. I was not distraught. I was calm. It was the first time I had felt calm or self-possessed for many a long day. She was wearing the white dress I had admired, but it had slipped untidily over one shoulder and seemed too large for her. I watched her holding her left wrist with her right hand, an annoying habit.
"Then why do you never come near me?" she said. "Or kiss me, or talk to me? Why do you think I can bear it? What reason have you for treating me like that? Have you any reason?"
"Yes," I said. "I have a reason." And added very softly, "My God."
"You're always calling on God," she said. "Do you believe in God?"
Of course. Of course I believe in the power and wisdom of my Creator." She raised her eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth turned down in a questioning, mocking way. For a moment she looked very much like Amélie. Perhaps they are related, I thought. It's possible. It's even probable in this damn place. "And you?" I said. "Do you believe in God?"
"It doesn't matter," she answered calmly, "what I believe or you believe, because we can do nothing about it. We are like these."
She flicked a dead moth off the table.
"But I asked you a question, you remember? Will you answer that?"
I drank again, and my brain was cold and clear. "Very well. But question for question. Is your mother alive?"
"No, she is dead. She died."
"When?"
"Not long ago."
"Then why did you tell me that she died when you were a child?"
"Because they told me to say so, and because it is true. She did die when I was a child. There are always two deaths, the real one and the one people know about."
"Two, at least," I said, "for the fortunate." We were silent for a moment. Then I went on. "I had a letter from a man who calls himself Daniel Cosway."
"He has no right to that name,"
she said quickly.
"His real name, if he has one, is Daniel Boyd. He hates all white people, but he hates me the most. He tells lies about us, and he is sure that you will believe him and not listen to the other side."
"Is there another side?" I said.
"There is always the other side, always."
After his second letter, which was threatening, I thought it best to go and see him.
"You saw him," she said. "I know what he told you. That my mother was mad and an infamous woman, and that my little brother who died was born a cretin, an idiot, and that I am a mad girl too. That is what he told you, isn't it?"
"Yes, that was his story." "And is any of it true?" I said, cold and calm. One of the candles flared up, and I saw the hollows under her eyes, her drooping mouth, her thin, strained face. "We won't talk about it now," I said. "Rest tonight."
"But we must talk about it."
Her voice was high and shrill. "Only if you promise to be reasonable." But this is not the place or the time, I thought. Not in this long dark veranda with the candles burning low and the watching, listening night outside. "Not tonight," I said again. "Some other time."
"I might never be able to tell you in any other place or at any other time. No other time. Now." "You frighten?" she said, imitating a Negro's voice, singing and insolent,
Then I saw her shiver, and remembered that she had been wearing a yellow silk shawl. I got up, my brain so clear and cold, my body so weighted and heavy. The shawl was on a chair in the next room. There were candles on the sideboard, and I brought them onto the veranda, lit two, and put the shawl around her shoulders. "But why not tell me tomorrow, in the daylight?"
"You have no right," she said fiercely. "You have no right to ask questions about my mother and then refuse to listen to my answer."
Of course I will listen. Of course we can talk now, if that's what you wish." But the feeling of something unknown and hostile was very strong. "I feel very much a stranger here," I said. "I feel that this place is my enemy and on your side."
"You are quite mistaken," she said. "It is not for you and not for me. It has nothing to do with either of us. That is why you are afraid of it, because it is something else. I found that out long ago when I was a child. I loved it because I had nothing else to love. But it is as indifferent as this God you call on so often."
"We can talk here or anywhere else," I said, "just as you wish." The decanter of rum was nearly empty, so I went back into the dining room and brought out another bottle of rum. She had eaten nothing and refused wine. Now she poured herself a drink, touched it with her lips, then put it down again.
"You want to know about my mother? I will tell you about her, the truth, not lies."
Then she was silent for so long that I said gently, "I know that after your father died, she was very lonely and unhappy."
"And very poor," she said. "Don't forget that. For 5 years. Isn't it quick to say? And isn't it long to live? And lonely. She was so lonely that she grew away from other people. That happens. It happened to me too, but it was easier for me because I hardly remembered anything else. For her it was strange and frightening. And then she was so lovely. I used to think that every time she looked in the glass, she must have hoped and pretended. I pretended too. Different things, of course. You can pretend for a long time, but one day it all falls away and you are alone. We were alone in the most beautiful place in the world. It is not possible that there can be anywhere else so beautiful as Colibri. The sea was not far off, but we never heard it. We always heard the river. No sea. It was an old-time house, and once there was an avenue of royal palms, but a lot of them had fallen, and others had been cut down, and the ones that were left looked lost. Lost trees. Then they poisoned her horse, and she could not ride about any more. She worked in the garden, even when the sun was very hot, and they'd say, "You go in now, mistress."
And who were they?
Christophine was with us, and Godfrey, the old gardener, stayed, and a boy. I forget his name. Oh, yes.
She laughed.
His name was Disastrous, because his godmother thought it such a pretty word. The parson said, "I cannot christen this child Disastrous, he must have another name." So his name was Disastrous Thomas. We called him Sass. It was Christophine who brought our food from the village and persuaded some girls to help her sweep and wash clothes. We would have died, my mother always said, if she had not stayed with us. Many died in those days, both white and black, especially the older people. But no one speaks of those days now. They are forgotten. Except the lies. Lies are never forgotten. They go on, and they grow.
"And you?" I said. "What about you?"
"I was never sad in the morning," she said. and every day was a fresh day for me. I remember the taste of milk and bread, and the sound of the grandfather clock ticking slowly, and the first time I had my hair tied with string because there was no ribbon left and no money to buy any. All the flowers in the world were in our garden, and sometimes when I was thirsty, I licked raindrops from the jasmine leaves after a shower. If I could make you see it, because they destroyed it, and it is only here now. She struck her forehead. One of the best things was a curved flight of shallow steps that went down from the glacis to the mounting stone. The handrail was ornamented iron.
Wrought iron, I said.
Yes, wrought iron. And at the end of the last step it was curved like a question mark, and when I put my hand on it, the iron was warm and I was comforted.
But you said you were always happy.
No. I said I was always happy in the morning, not always in the afternoon, and never after sunset. For after sunset the house was haunted. Some places are. Then there was that day when she saw I was growing up like a white nigger, and she was ashamed of me. It was after that day that everything changed. Yes. It was my fault. It was my fault that she started to plan and work in a frenzy, in a fever to change our lives. Then people came to see us again, and though I still hated them and was afraid of their cool, teasing eyes, I learned to hide it.
No, I said.
Why, no?
You have never learned to hide it, I said.
I learned to try, said Antoinette.
Not very well, I thought.
And there was that night when they destroyed it.
She lay back in the chair, very pale. I poured some rum out and offered it to her, but she pushed the glass away so roughly that it spilled over her dress.
There is nothing left now. They trampled on it. It was a sacred place. It was sacred to the sun.
I began to wonder how much of all this was true, how much imagined, distorted. Certainly many of the old estate houses were burned. You saw ruins all over the place. As if she'd guessed my thoughts, she went on calmly.
But I was telling you about my mother. Afterwards, I had fever. I was at Aunt Cora's house in Spanish Town. I heard screams and then someone laughing very loud. Next morning, Aunt Cora told me that my mother was ill and had gone to the country. This did not seem strange to me, for she was part of Colibri, and if Colibri had been destroyed and gone out of my life, it seemed natural that she should go too. I was ill for a long time. My head was bandaged because someone had thrown a stone at me. Aunt Cora told me that it was healing up and that it wouldn't spoil me on my wedding day. But I think it did spoil me for my wedding day, and all the other days and nights.
I said, Antoinette, your nights are not spoiled, or your days. Put the sad things away. Don't think about them, and nothing will be spoiled, I promise you. But my heart was as heavy as lead.
Pierre died, she went on as if she'd not heard me. And my mother hated Mr. Mason. She would not let him go near her or touch her. She said she would kill him. She tried to, I think. So he bought her a house and hired a colored man and woman to look after her. For a while he was sad, but he often left Jamaica and spent a lot of time in Trinidad. He almost forgot her.
And you forgot her too? I could not help saying.
I am not a forgetting person,
said Antoinette.
But she didn't want me. She pushed me away and cried when I went to see her. They told me I made her worse. People talked about her. They would not leave her alone. They would be talking about her and stop if they saw me. One day, I made up my mind to go to her by myself. Before I reached her house, I heard her crying. I thought, I will kill anyone who is hurting my mother. I dismounted and ran quickly onto the veranda where I could look into the room. I remember the dress she was wearing, an evening dress cut very low, and she was barefooted. There was a fat black man with a glass of rum in his hand. He said, "Drink it, and you will forget." She drank it without stopping. He poured her some more, and she took the glass and laughed and threw it over her shoulder. It smashed to pieces. "Clean it up," the man said to the woman, "or she'll walk on it." "If she walk in it, a damn good thing," the woman said. "Perhaps she keep quiet then." However, she brought a pan and a brush and swept up the broken glass. All this I saw. My mother did not look at them. She walked up and down and said, "But this is a very pleasant surprise, Mr. Luttrell. Godfrey, take Mr. Luttrell's horse." Then she seemed to grow tired and sat down in the rocking chair. I saw the man lift her up out of the chair and kiss her. I saw his mouth fasten on hers, and she went all soft and limp in his arms, and he laughed. The woman laughed too, but she was angry. When I saw that, I ran away. Christophine was waiting for me when I came back, crying. "What do you want to go up there for?" she said. And I said, "You shut up, devil, damn black devil from hell." Christophine said, "Aye, aye, aye, look me trouble, look me cross." After a long time, I heard her say, as if she were talking to herself, "I have said all I want to say. I have tried to make you understand. But nothing has changed." She laughed. "Don't laugh like that, Bertha." "My name is not Bertha. Why do you call me Bertha?" "Because it is a name I'm particularly fond of. I think of you as Bertha." "It doesn't matter," she said. I said, "When you went off this morning, where did you go?" "I went to see Christophine," she said. "I will tell you anything you wish to know, but in a few words, because words are no use. I know that now." "Why did you go to see her?" "I went to ask her to do something for me." "And did she do it?" "Yes." Another long pause. "You wanted to ask her advice, was that it?" She didn't answer. "What did she say?" "She said that I ought to go away, to leave you." "Oh, did she?" I said, surprised. "Yes, that was her advice." "I want to do the best for both of us," I said. "So much of what you tell me is strange, different from what I was led to expect. Don't you feel that perhaps Christophine is right? That if you went away from this place, or I went away, exactly as you wish, of course, for a time, it might be the wisest thing we could do?" Then I said sharply, "Bertha, are you asleep? Are you ill? Why don't you answer me?" I got up, went over to her chair, and took her cold hands in mine. "We've been sitting here long enough. It's very late." "You go," she said. "I wish to stay here in the dark, where I belong," she added. "Oh, nonsense," I said. I put my arms round her to help her up. I kissed her, but she drew away. "Your mouth is colder than my hands," she said. I tried to laugh. In the bedroom, I closed the shutters. "Sleep now. We will talk things over tomorrow." "Yes," she said, "of course. But will you come in and say good night to me?"
Certainly I will, my dear Bertha.
Not Bertha tonight.
Of course, on this of all nights, you must be Bertha.
As you wish,
she said. As I stepped into her room, I noticed the white powder strewn on the floor. That was the first thing I asked her, about the powder. I asked what it was. She said it was to keep cockroaches away.
Haven't you noticed that there are no cockroaches in this house, and no centipedes? If you knew how horrible these things can be.
She had lit all the candles, and the room was full of shadows. There were 6 on the dressing table, and 3 on the table near her bed. The light changed her. I had never seen her look so gay or so beautiful. She poured wine into 2 glasses, and handed me one. But I swear, it was before I drank that I longed to bury my face in her hair as I used to do. I said, "We are letting ghosts trouble us. Why shouldn't we be happy?" She said,
"Christophine knows about ghosts too, but that is not what she calls them."
She need not have done what she did to me. I will always swear that. She need not have done it. When she handed me the glass, she was smiling. I remember saying in a voice that was not like my own that it was too light. I remember putting out the candles on the table near the bed. And that is all I remember. All I will remember of the night. I woke in the dark after dreaming that I was buried alive. And when I was awake, the feeling of suffocation persisted. Something was lying across my mouth, hair with a sweet, heavy smell. I threw it off. But still, I couldn't breathe. I shut my eyes and lay without moving for a few seconds. When I opened them, I saw the candles burnt down on that abominable dressing table. Then I knew where I was. The door onto the veranda was open, and the breeze was so cold that I knew it must be very early in the morning, before dawn. I was cold too, deathly cold, and sick and in pain. I got out of bed without looking at her, staggered into my dressing room, and saw myself in the glass. I turned away at once. I could not vomit. I only retched painfully. I thought I'd been poisoned. But it was a dull thought, like a child's spelling out the letters of a word which he cannot read, and which, if he could, would have no meaning or context. I was too giddy to stand, and fell backwards onto the bed, looking at the blanket, which was of a peculiar shade of yellow. After looking at it for some time, I was able to go over to the window and vomit. It seemed like hours before this stopped. I would lean up against the wall and wipe my face, then the retching and sickness would start again. When it was over, I lay on the bed, too weak to move. I have never made a greater effort in my life than I made then. I longed to lie there and sleep, but forced myself up. I was weak and giddy, but no longer sick or in pain. I put on my dressing gown and splashed water on my face. Then I opened the door into her room. The cold light was on her, and I looked at the sad droop of her lips, the frown between her thick eyebrows, deep, as if it had been cut with a knife. As I looked, she moved and flung her arm out. I thought coldly, yes, very beautiful. The thin wrist, the sweet swell of the forearm, the rounded elbow, the curve of her shoulder into the upper arm, all present, all correct. As I watched, hating, her face grew smooth and very young again. She even seemed to smile. A trick of the light, perhaps. What else? She may wake at any moment, I told myself. I must be quick. Her torn shift was on the floor. I drew the sheet over her gently, as if I covered a dead girl. One of the glasses was empty. She had drained hers. There was some wine left in the other, which was on the dressing table. I dipped my finger into it and tasted it. It was bitter. I didn't look at her again, but holding the glass went onto the veranda. Hilda was there with a broom in her hand. I put my finger to my lips, and she looked at me with huge eyes, then imitated me, putting her own finger to her lips. As soon as I had dressed and got out of the house, I began to run. I don't remember that day clearly, where I ran, or how I fell or wept or lay exhausted. But I found myself at last near the ruined house and the wild orange tree. Here, with my head in my arms, I must have slept. And when I woke it was getting late, and the wind was chilly. I got up and found my way back to the path which led to the house. I knew how to avoid every creeper, and I never stumbled once. I went to my dressing room, and if I passed anyone, I didn't see them, and if they spoke, I didn't hear them. There was a tray on the table, with a jug of water, a glass and some brown fish cakes. I drank almost all the water, for I was very thirsty, but I didn't touch the food. I sat on the bed waiting, for I knew that Amélie would come, and I knew what she would say.
I am sorry for you.
She came soundlessly, on bare feet.
I get you something to eat, she said.
She brought cold chicken, bread, fruit, and a bottle of wine. And I drank a glass without speaking, then another. She cut some of the food up and sat beside me and fed me as if I were a child. Her arm behind my head was warm, but the outside when I touched it was cool, almost cold. I looked into her lovely, meaningless face, sat up, and pushed the plate away. Then she said,
I am sorry for you.
You've told me so before, Amélie. Is that the only song you know? There was a spark of gaiety in her eyes, but when I laughed, she put her hand over my mouth apprehensively. I pulled her down beside me, and we were both laughing. That is what I remember most about that encounter. She was so gay, so natural, and something of this gaiety she must have given to me, for I had not one moment of remorse. Nor was I anxious to know what was happening behind the thin partition which divided us from my wife's bedroom. In the morning, of course, I felt differently. Another complication? Impossible. And her skin was darker, her lips thicker than I had thought. She was sleeping very soundly and quietly, but there was awareness in her eyes when she opened them, and after a moment, suppressed laughter. I felt satisfied and peaceful, but not gay as she did. No, by God, not gay. I had no wish to touch her, and she knew it, for she got up at once and began to dress. A very graceful dress, I said, and she showed me the many ways it could be worn, trailing on the floor, lifted to show a lace petticoat, or hitched up, far above the knee. I told her that I was leaving the island soon, but that before I left I wanted to give her a present. It was a large present, but she took it with no thanks and no expression on her face. When I asked her what she meant to do, she said,
It's a long time I know what I want to do, and I know I don't get it here.
You are beautiful enough to get anything you want, I said.
Yes,
she agreed simply,
but not here.
She wanted, it seemed, to join her sister who was a dressmaker in Demerara. But she wouldn't stay in Demerara, she said. She wanted to go to Rio. There were rich men in Rio. And when will you start all this? I said, amused.
I start now.
She would catch one of the fishing boats at Massacre and get into town. I laughed and teased her. She was running away from the old woman Christophine, I said. She was unsmiling when she answered.
I have malice to no one, but I don't stay here.
I asked her how she would get to Massacre.
I don't want no horse or mule, she said. My leg's strong enough to carry me.
As she was going, I couldn't resist saying, half longing, half triumphant, "Well, Amelie, are you still sorry for me?"
Yes,
she said.
I am sorry for you. But I find it in my heart to be sorry for her, too.
She shut the door gently. I lay and listened for the sound I knew I should hear. The horses' hooves, as my wife left the house. I turned over and slept till Baptiste woke me with coffee. His face was gloomy. "The cook is leaving," he announced. "Why?" He shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands open. I got up, looked out of the window, and saw her stride out of the kitchen, a strapping woman. She couldn't speak English, or said she couldn't. I forgot this when I said, "I must talk to her." What is the huge bundle on her head? "Her mattress," said Baptiste. "She will come back for the rest. No good to talk to her. She won't stay in this house." I laughed. "Are you leaving, too?" "No," said Baptiste. "I am overseer here." I noticed that he did not call me sir or master. "And the little girl, Hilda?" "Hilda will do as I tell her. Hilda will stay." "Capital," I said. "Then why are you looking so anxious? Your mistress will be back soon." He shrugged again and muttered. But whether he was talking about my morals or the extra work he would have to do, I couldn't tell, for he muttered in patois. I told him to sling one of the veranda hammocks under the cedar trees, and there I spent the rest of that day. Baptiste provided meals, but he seldom smiled and never spoke except to answer a question. My wife did not return. Yet I was not lonely or unhappy. Sun, sleep, and the cool water of the river were enough. I wrote a cautious letter to Mr. Fraser on the third day. I told him that I was considering a book about Obey, and had remembered his story of the case he had come across. Had he any idea of the whereabouts of the woman now? Was she still in Jamaica? This letter was sent down by the twice-weekly messenger, and he must have answered at once, for I had his reply in a few days. "I have often thought of your wife and yourself, and was on the point of writing to you. Indeed, I have not forgotten the case. The woman in question was called Josephine or Christophine Dubois, some such name, and she had been one of the Causeway servants. After she came out of jail, she disappeared, but it was common knowledge that old Mr. Mason befriended her. I heard that she owned or was given a small house and a piece of land near Grand Bois. She's intelligent in her way and can express herself well, but I didn't like the look of her at all and consider her a most dangerous person. My wife insisted that she had gone back to Martinique, her native island, and was very upset that I mentioned the matter, even in such a roundabout fashion. I happen to know now that she has not returned to Martinique, so I have written very discreetly to Hill, the white inspector of police in your town. If she lives near you and gets up to any of her nonsense, let him know at once. He'll send a couple of policemen up to your place, and she won't get off lightly this time. I'll make sure of that." So much for you, Josephine or Christophine, I thought. So much for you, Fina. It was that half hour after the sunset. The blue half hour, I called it to myself. The wind drops. The light is very beautiful. The mountains sharp. Every leaf on every tree is clear and distinct. I was sitting in the hammock, watching, when Antoinette rode up. She passed me without looking at me, dismounted, and went into the house. I heard her bedroom door slam and her handbell ring violently. Baptiste came running along the veranda. I got out of the hammock and went to the sitting room. He had opened the chest and taken out a bottle of rum. Some of this he poured into a decanter, which he put on a tray with a glass. "Who is that for?" I said. He didn't answer. "No road?" I said, and laughed. "I don't want to know nothing about all this," he said.
"Baptiste!"
Antoinette called in a high voice.
"Yes, mistress."
He looked straight at me and carried the tray out. As for the old woman, I saw her shadow before I saw her. She too passed me without turning her head. Nor did she go into Antoinette's room or look towards it. She walked along the veranda, down the steps, the other side, and went into the kitchen. In that short time the dark had come, and Hilda came in to light the candles. When I spoke to her, she gave me an alarmed look and ran away. I opened the chest and looked at the rows of bottles inside. Here was the rum that kills you in 100 years. The brandy, the red and white wine, smuggled, I suppose, from Saint-Pierre, Martinique, the Paris of the West Indies. It was rum I chose to drink. Yes, it was mild in the mouth. I waited a second for the explosion of heat and light in my chest, the strength and warmth running through my body. Then I tried the door into Antoinette's room. It yielded very slightly. She must have pushed some piece of furniture against it, that round table probably. I pushed again, and it opened enough for me to see her. She was lying on the bed on her back. Her eyes were closed, and she breathed heavily. She had pulled the sheet up to her chin. On a chair beside her, there was the empty decanter, a glass with some rum left in it, and a small brass handbell. I shut the door and sat down with my elbows on the table, for I thought I knew what would happen and what I must do. I found the room oppressively hot, so I blew out most of the candles and waited in the half-darkness. Then I went onto the veranda to watch the door of the kitchen where a light was showing. Soon the little girl came out, followed by Baptiste. At the same time the handbell in the bedroom rang. They both went into the sitting room, and I followed. Hilda lit all the candles, with a frightened roll of the eyes in my direction. The handbell went on ringing. "Mix me a good strong one, Baptiste. Just what I feel like." He took a step away from me and said, "Miss Antoinette."
"Baptiste, where are you?"
Antoinette called.
"Why don't you come?"
"I come as quick as I can," Baptiste said. But as he reached for the bottle, I took it away from him. Hilda ran out of the room. Baptiste and I stared at each other. I thought that his large, protuberant eyes and his expression of utter bewilderment were comical. Antoinette shrieked from the bedroom.
"Baptiste! Christophine! Fina! Fina!"
"Que comesse," Baptiste said. "I get Christophine." He ran out, almost as fast as the little girl had done. The door of Antoinette's room opened. When I saw her, I was too shocked to speak. Her hair hung uncombed and dull into her eyes, which were inflamed and staring. Her face was very flushed and looked swollen. Her feet were bare. However, when she spoke, her voice was low, almost inaudible.
"I rang the bell because I was thirsty. Didn't anybody hear?"
Before I could stop her, she darted to the table and seized the bottle of rum. "Don't drink any more," I said.
"And what right have you to tell me what I'm to do? Christophine!"
she called again, but her voice broke. "Christophine is an evil old woman, and you know it as well as I do," I said. "She won't stay here very much longer."
"She won't stay here very much longer,"
she mimicked me.
And nor will you. Nor will you. I thought you liked the black people so much, she said, still in that mincing voice. But that's just a lie, like everything else. You like the light brown girls better, don't you? You abused the planters and made up stories about them, but you do the same thing. You send the girl away quicker, and with no money or less money, and that's all the difference.
Slavery was not a matter of liking or disliking, I said, trying to speak calmly. It was a question of justice.
Justice, she said. I've heard that word. It's a cold word. I tried it out, she said, still speaking in a low voice. I wrote it down. I wrote it down several times, and always it looked like a damn cold lie to me. There is no justice.
She drank some more rum and went on.
My mother, whom you all talk about, what justice did she have? My mother, sitting in the rocking chair, speaking about dead horses and dead grooms and a black devil kissing her sad mouth. Like you kissed mine, she said.
The room was now unbearably hot. I'll open the window and let a little air in, I said.
It will let the night in too, she said, and the moon and the scent of those flowers you dislike so much.
When I turned from the window, she was drinking again. Bertha, I said.
Bertha is not my name. You are trying to make me into someone else, calling me by another name. I know that's Obey too.
Tears streamed from her eyes.
If my father, my real father, were alive, he wouldn't come back here in a hurry after he'd finished with you, if he was alive. Do you know what you've done to me? It's not the girl, not the girl. But I love this place, and you have made it into a place I hate. I used to think that if everything else went out of my life, I would still have this, and now you have spoilt it. It's just somewhere else where I've been unhappy. And all the other things are nothing to what has happened here. I hate it now, like I hate you. And before I die, I will show you how much I hate you.
Then, to my astonishment, she stopped crying and said,
Is she so much prettier than I am? Don't you love me at all?
No, I do not, I said, at the same time remembering Amélie saying, Do you like my hair? Isn't it prettier than hers? Not at this moment, I said. She laughed at that. A crazy laugh.
You see, that's how you are, a stone. But it serves me right, because didn't Aunt Cora say to me, don't marry him, not if he were stuffed with diamonds, and a lot of other things she told me. Are you talking about England? I said. And what about Grandpappy, passing his glass over the water decanter and the tears running down his face for all the friends dead and gone, whom he would never see again? That was nothing to do with England that I ever heard, she said. On the contrary, a banky foot and a banky leg for Charlie over the water. Charlie, Charlie.
She sang in a hoarse voice and lifted the bottle to drink again. I said, and my voice was not very calm, No. I managed to hold her wrist with one hand and the rum with the other, but when I felt her teeth in my arm, I dropped the bottle. The smell filled the room, but I was angry now, and she saw it. She smashed another bottle against the wall and stood with the broken glass in her hand and murder in her eyes.
Just you touch me once. You'll soon see if I'm a damn coward like you are.
Then she cursed me comprehensively. My eyes, my mouth, every member of my body. It was like a dream in the large unfurnished room with the candles flickering, and this red-eyed, wild-haired stranger who was my wife shouting obscenities at me. It was at this nightmare moment that I heard Christophine's calm voice. You hush up and keep yourself quiet and don't cry. Crying's no good with him, I told you before. Crying's no good. Antoinette collapsed on the sofa and went on sobbing. Christophine looked at me, and her small eyes were very sad. Why you do that here? Why you don't take that worthless good-for-nothing girl somewhere else? But she love money, like you love money. Must be why you come together. Like goes to like. I couldn't bear any more, and again I went out of the room and sat on the veranda. My arm was bleeding and painful, and I wrapped my handkerchief round it. But it seemed to me that everything round me was hostile. The telescope drew away and said, "Don't touch me." The trees were threatening, and the shadows of the trees moving slowly over the floor menaced me. That green menace. I had felt it ever since I saw this place. There was nothing, I knew, nothing, to comfort me. I listened. Christophine was talking softly. My wife was crying. Then a door shut. They had gone into the bedroom. Someone was singing Ma Belle Cadie. Or was it the song about 1 day and 1,000 years? But whatever they were singing or saying was dangerous. I must protect myself. I went softly along the dark veranda. I could see Antoinette, stretched on the bed quite still, like a doll. Even when she threatened me with the bottle, she had a marionette quality. "Timoun," I heard, and "Duduce," and the end of a head handkerchief made a finger on the wall. "Dodo, l'enfant, do." Listening, I began to feel sleepy and cold. I stumbled back into the big candle-lit room, which still smelled strongly of rum. In spite of this, I opened the chest and got out another bottle. That was what I was thinking when Christophine came in. I was thinking of a last strong drink in my room, fastening both doors and sleeping. "I hope you satisfy. I hope you well satisfy," she said. "And no good to start your lies with me. I know what you do with that girl as well as you know. Better. Don't think I frighten of you either." So, she ran off to tell you I'd ill-treated her, did she? I ought to have guessed that. "She don't tell me a thing," said Christophine. "Not one single thing. Always the same. Nobody is to have any pride but you. She have more pride than you, and she say nothing. I see her standing at my door with that look on her face, and I know something bad happened to her. I know I must act quick, and I act." "You seem to have acted, certainly. And what did you do before you brought her back in her present condition?" "What did I do?" "Look. Don't you provoke me more than I provoke already. Better not, I tell you." "You want to know what I do?" "I say, Dudu, if you have trouble, you are right to come to me. And I kiss her." It's when I kiss her she cry, not before. It's a long time she hold it back, I think, so I let her cry. That is the first thing. Let them cry. It eases the heart. When she can't cry no more, I give her a cup of milk. It's lucky I have some. She won't eat, she won't talk, so I say, "Lie down on the bed, Dudu, and try to sleep. For me, I can sleep on the floor. Don't matter for me. She isn't going to sleep natural, that's certain, but I can make her sleep. That's what I do. As for what you do, you pay for it one day. When they get like that," she said, "first they must cry, then they must sleep. Don't talk to me about doctor. I know more than any doctor. I undress Antoinette so she can sleep cool and easy. Is then I see you very rough with her, eh? At this point she laughed, a hearty, merry laugh. All that is a little thing. It's nothing. If you see what I see in this place with the machete bright and shining in the corner, you don't have such a long face for such a little thing. You make her love you more if that's what you want. It's not for that she have the look of death on her face. Oh, no. One night, she went on, I hold on a woman's nose because her husband nearly chop it off with his machete. I hold it on. I send the boy running for the doctor, and the doctor come galloping at the dead of night to sew up the woman. When he finish, he tell me, Christophine, you have a great presence of mind. That's what he tell me. By this time the man crying like a baby. He say, Doctor, I didn't mean it, just happened. I know, Rupert, the doctor say, but it mustn't happen again. Why don't you keep the damn machete in the other room? He say. They have 2 small rooms only, so I say, no, doctor, it much worse near the bed. They chop each other up in no time at all. The doctor, he laugh and laugh. Oh, he was a good doctor. When he finished with that woman's nose, I don't say a little lie before, but I will say I don't notice much. Rupert, that man's name was. Plenty Ruperts here, you notice? One is Prince Rupert, and one who makes songs is Rupert the Rhine. You see him? He sell his songs down by the bridge there in the town. It's in the town I live when I first leave Jamaica. It's a pretty name, eh, Rupert? But where they get it from? I think it's from old time they get it. That doctor, an old-time doctor. These new ones, I don't like them. First word in their mouth is police. Police. That's something I don't like. I'm sure you don't, I said. But you haven't told me yet what happened when my wife was with you, or exactly what you did. Your wife? She said. You make me laugh. I don't know all you did, but I know some. Everybody know that you marry her for her money, and you take it all. And then you want to break her up because you're jealous of her. She is more better than you. She have better blood in her, and she don't care for money. It's nothing for her. Oh, I see that first time I look at you. You young, but already you hard. You fool the girl. You make her think you can't see the sun for looking at her. It was like that, I thought. It was like that. But better say nothing. Then surely they'll both go, and it will be my turn to sleep. A long, deep sleep mine will be, and very far away. And then, she went on in her judge's voice, you make love to her till she drunk with it. No rum could make her drunk like that. Till she can't do without it. It's she can't see the sun any more. Only you she see. But all you want is to break her up. Not the way you mean, I thought. But she hold out, eh? She hold out. Yes, she held out. A pity. So you pretend to believe all the lies that damn bastard tell you. That damn bastard tell you. Now every word she said was echoed loudly in my head. So that you can leave her alone. Leave her alone. Not telling her why. Why? No more love, eh? No more love. And that, I said coldly, is where you took charge, isn't it? You tried to poison me. Poison you? me trouble the man crazy. She come to me and ask me for something to make you love her again. And I tell her, no, I don't meddle in that for Becky. I tell her it's foolishness. 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 And even if it's no foolishness, it's too strong for Becky. Too strong for Becky, too strong. But she cry and she beg me. She cry and she beg me. So I give her something for love. For love. But you don't love. All you want is to break her up. And it help you break her up. Break her up. She tell me. In the middle of all this, you start calling her names. Marionette, some word so. Yes, I remember I did. Marionette. Antoinette. Marionetta. Antoinetta. That word mean doll, eh? Because she don't speak. You want to force her to cry and to speak. Force her to cry and to speak. But she won't. So you think up something else. You bring that worthless girl to play with next door, and you talk and laugh and love so that she hear everything. You meant her to hear. Yes, that didn't just happen. I meant it.
I lay awake all night long after they were asleep. And as soon as it was light, I got up and dressed and sat at Preston. And I came to you. Oh, Christophine. Oh, Fina. Help me.
You haven't yet told me exactly what you did with Antoinette. Yes, I tell you. I make her sleep. What, all the time? No. I wake her up to sit in the sun, bathe in the cool river. Even if she drop in with sleep, I make good strong soup. I give her milk if I have it, fruit I pick from my own trees. If she don't want to eat, I say, eat it up for my sake, Dudu. And she eat it up, then she sleep again. And why did you do all this? There was a long silence. Then she said, it's better she sleep. She must sleep while I work for her to make her well again. But I don't speak of all that to you. Unfortunately, your cure was not successful. You didn't make her well. You made her worse.
Yes, I succeed, she said angrily. I succeed. But I get frightened that she sleep too much, too long. She is not Becky like you, but she is Becky and not like us either. There are mornings when she can't wake, or when she wake it's as if she's still sleeping. I don't want to give her any more of what I give. So, she went on after another pause, I let her have rum instead. I know that won't hurt her, not much. As soon as she has the rum, she starts raving that she must go back to you, and I can't quiet her. She say she go alone if I don't come, but she beg me to come. And I hear well when you tell her that you don't love her. Quite calm and cool you tell her so. And undo all the good I do. The good you did. I'm very weary of your nonsense, Christophine. You seem to have made her dead drunk on bad rum, and she's a wreck. I scarcely recognised her. Why you did it, I can't say. Hatred of me, I suppose. And as you heard so much, perhaps you were listening to all she admitted, boasted about, and to the vile names she called me. Your doo-doo,
Certainly knows some filthy language. I tell you, no. I tell you it's nothing. You make her so unhappy she don't know what she is saying. Her father, old Mr. Cosway, swear like midnight. She pick it up from him. And once, when she was little, she ran away to be with the fishermen and the sailors on the bay side. Those men? She raised her eyes to the ceiling. Never would you think there was once innocent babies. She come back copying them. She don't understand what she say. I think she understood every word, and meant what she said too. But you are right, Christophine. It was all a very little thing. It was nothing. No machete here, so no machete damage. No damage at all by this time. I'm sure you took care of that, however drunk you made her. You are damn hard man for a young man. So you say. So you say. I tell her so. I warn her. I say, this is not a man who will help you when he see you break up. Only the best can do that. The best, and sometimes the worst. But you think I'm one of the worst, surely? No, she said indifferently. To me, you're not the best, not the worst. You are... You will not help her. I tell her so. Nearly all the candles were out. She didn't light fresh ones, nor did I. We sat in the dim light. I should stop this useless conversation, I thought, but could only listen, hypnotized, to her dark voice coming from the darkness. I know that girl. She will never ask you for love again. She will die first. But I, Christophine, I beg you. She love you so much. She thirsty for you. Wait, and perhaps you can love her again. A little, like she say. A little, like you can love. I shook my head and went on shaking it mechanically. It's lies, all that yellow bastard tell you. He is no Causeway either. His mother was a no good woman and she tried to fool the old man, but the old man isn't fool. One more or less, he says and laughs. He was wrong. More he do for these people, more they hate him. The hate in that man Daniel, he can't rest with it. If I know you coming here, I stop you. But you marry quick, you leave Jamaica quick, no time. She told me all that he said was true. She wasn't lying then. Because you hurt her, she wanna hurt you back. That's why. And that her mother was mad. Another lie. Christophine didn't answer me at once. When she did, her voice was not so calm. They drive her to it. When she lose her son, she lose herself for a while, and they shot her away. They tell her she is mad. They act like she is mad. Question. But no kind word, no friends. And her husband, he go off, he leave her. They won't let me see her. I try, but no. They won't let Antoinette see her. In the end, mad, I don't know. She give up. She care for nothing. That man who is in charge of her, he take her whenever he want, and his women talk. That man and others. Then they have her. Ah, there is no God. Only your spirits, I reminded her. Only my spirits, she said steadily. In your Bible, it say God is a spirit. It don't say no others. Not at all. It grieve me what happened to her mother. And I can't see it happen again. You call her a doll? She don't satisfy you? Try her once more. I think she satisfy you now. If you forsake her, they will tear her in pieces, like they did her mother. I will not forsake her, I said wearily. I will do all I can for her. You will love her like you did before? Give my sister, your wife, a kiss from me. Love her as I did. Oh, yes, I did. How can I promise that? I said nothing. It is she won't be satisfied. She is Creole girl and she have the son in her. Tell the truth now. She don't come to your house in this place England they tell me about. She don't come to your beautiful house to beg you to marry with her. No, it's you come all the long way to her house. It's you beg her to marry. And she love you. And she give you all she have. Now you say you don't love her, and you break her up. What you do with her money, eh? Her voice was still quiet, but with a hiss in it when she said money. I thought, of course, that is what all the rigmarole is about. I no longer felt dazed, tired, half-hypnotized, but alert and wary, ready to defend myself. Why, she wanted to know, could I not return half of Antoinette's dowry and leave the island? Leave the West Indies if you don't want her no more. I asked the exact sum she had in mind, but she was vague about that. Who fix it up with lawyers and those things? And what will happen to her then? She, Christophine, would take good care of Antoinette. And the money, of course. You will both stay here? I hoped that my voice was as smooth as hers. No, they would go to Martinique, then to other places. I like to see the world before I die. Perhaps because I was so quiet and composed, she added maliciously, She marry with someone else. She forget about you and live happy. A pang of rage and jealousy shot through me then. Oh, no, she won't forget. I laughed. You laugh at me? Why you laugh at me? Of course I laugh at you, you ridiculous old woman. I don't mean to discuss my affairs with you any longer, or your mistress. I've listened to all you have had to say, and I don't believe you. Now, say goodbye to Antoinette, then go. You are to blame for all that has happened here, so don't come back. She drew herself up tall and straight, and put her hands on her hips. Who you to tell me to go? This house belonged to Miss Antoinette's mother, now it belonged to her. Who you to tell me to go? I assure you that it belongs to me now. You go, or I'll get the men to put you out. You think the men here touch me? They not damn fool like you to put their hand on me. Then I will have the police up, I warn you. There must be some law and order even in this godforsaken island. No police here, she said. No chain gang, no tread machine, no dark jail either. This is free country, and I am free woman. Christophine, I said, you lived in Jamaica for years, and you know Mr. Fraser, the Spanish town magistrate, well. I wrote to him about you. Would you like to hear what he answered? She stared at me. I read the end of Fraser's letter aloud. I have written very discreetly to Hill, the white inspector of police in your town. If she lives near you and gets up to any of her nonsense, let him know at once. He'll send a couple of policemen up to your place, and she won't get off lightly this time. You gave your mistress the poison that she put into my wine. I tell you already, you talk foolishness. We'll see about that. I kept some of that wine. I tell her so, she said. Always it don't work for Becky. always it bring trouble. So you send me away, and you keep all her money. And what you do with her? I don't see why I should tell you my plans. I mean to go back to Jamaica, to consult the Spanish Town doctors and her brother. I'll follow their advice. That is all I mean to do. She is not well. Her brother. She spat on the floor. Richard Mason is no brother to her. You think you fool me. You want her money, but you don't want her. It is in your mind to pretend she is mad. I know it. The doctors say what you tell them to say. That man Richard, he say what you want him to say, glad and willing too, I know. She will be like her mother. You do that for money. But you wicked, like Satan's self. I said loudly and wildly, and do you think that I wanted all this? I would give my life to undo it. I would give my eyes never to have seen this abominable place. She laughed. And that's the first damn word of truth you speak. You choose what you give, eh? Then you choose. You meddle in something and perhaps you don't know what it is. She began to mutter to herself. Not in patois. I knew the sound of patois now. She's as mad as the other, I thought, and turned to the window. The servants were standing in a group under the clove tree. Baptiste, the boy who helped with the horses, and the little girl, Hilda. Christophine was right. They didn't intend to get mixed up in this business. When I looked at her, there was a mask on her face, and her eyes were undaunted. She was a fighter, I had to admit. Against my will, I repeated, Do you wish to say goodbye to Antoinette? I give her something to sleep. Nothing to hurt her. I don't wake her up to no misery. I leave that for you. You can write to her, I said stiffly. Read and write, I don't know. Other things I know. She walked away without looking back. All wish to sleep had left me. I walked up and down the room and felt the blood tingle in my fingertips. It ran up my arms and reached my heart, which began to beat very fast. I spoke aloud as I walked. I spoke the letter I meant to write. I know now that you planned this because you wanted to be rid of me. You had no love at all for me, nor had my brother. Your plan succeeded because I was young, conceited, foolish, trusting. Above all, because I was young. You were able to do this to me. But I am not young now, I thought. Stopped pacing and drank. Indeed, this rum is mild as mother's milk or father's blessing. I could imagine his expression if I sent that letter, and he read it. I wrote, Dear Father, we are leaving this island for Jamaica very shortly. Unforeseen circumstances, at least unforeseen by me, have forced me to make this decision. I am certain that you know or can guess what has happened, and I am certain you will believe that the less you talk to anyone about my affairs, especially my marriage, the better. This is in your interest as well as mine. You will hear from me again, soon I hope. Then I wrote to the firm of lawyers I had dealt with in Spanish Town. I told them that I wished to rent a furnished house, not too near the town, commodious enough to allow for 2 separate suites of rooms. I also told them to engage a staff of servants whom I was prepared to pay very liberally. So long as they keep their mouths shut, I thought. Provided that they are discreet, I wrote. My wife and myself would be in Jamaica in about a week and expected to find everything ready. All the time I was writing this letter, a cock crowed persistently outside. I took the first book I could lay hands on and threw it at him, but he stalked a few yards away and started again. Baptiste appeared, looking towards Antoinette's silent room. Have you got much more of this famous rum? Plenty rum, he said. Is it really 100 years old? He nodded indifferently. 100 years, 1,000, all the same to Le Bon Dieu and Baptiste too. What's that damn cock crowing about? Crowing for a change of weather? Because his eyes were fixed on the bedroom, I shouted at him. Asleep! Dormi! Dormi! He shook his head and went away. He scowled at me then, I thought. I scowled too, as I reread the letter I had written to the lawyers. However much I paid Jamaican servants, I would never buy discretion. I'd be gossiped about, sung about, but they make up songs about everything, everybody. You should hear the one about the governor's wife. Wherever I went, I would be talked about. I drank some more rum, and drinking, I drew a house surrounded by trees. A large house. I divided the 3rd floor into rooms, and in one room I drew a standing woman, a child's scribble, a dot for a head, a larger one for the body, a triangle for a skirt, slanting lines for arms and feet. But it was an English house. English trees. I wondered if I ever should see England again. Under the oleanders, I watched the hidden mountains and the mists drawn over their faces. It's cool today. Cool, calm, and cloudy as an English summer. But a lovely place in any weather. However far I travel, I'll never see a lovelier. The hurricane months are not so far away, I thought, and saw that tree strike its roots deeper, making ready to fight the wind. Useless. If and when it comes, they'll all go. Some of the royal palms stand, she told me, stripped of their branches, like tall brown pillars. Still they stand, defiant. Not for nothing are they called royal. The bamboos take an easier way. They bend to the earth and lie there, creaking, groaning, crying for mercy. The contemptuous wind passes, not caring for these abject things. Let them live. Howling, shrieking, laughing, the wind passes. But all that's some months away. It's an English summer now, so cool, so grey. Yet I think of my revenge and hurricanes. Words rush through my head. Deeds, too. Words. Pity is one of them. It gives me no rest. Pity, like a naked newborn babe striding the blast. I read that long ago when I was young. I hate poets now, and poetry, as I hate music, which I loved once. Sing your songs, Rupert the Rhine, but I'll not listen, though they tell me you've a sweet voice. Pity. Is there none for me, tied to a lunatic for life, a drunken, lying lunatic, gone her mother's way? She love you so much, so much. She thirsty for you. Love her a little, like she say. It's all that you can, love, a little. Sneer to the last devil. Do you think that I don't know? She thirsts for anyone, not for me. She'll loosen her black hair, and laugh and coax and flatter. A mad girl. She'll not care who she's loving. She'll moan and cry and give herself as no sane woman would, or could. Or could. Then lie so still, still as this cloudy day, a lunatic who always knows the time, but never does. Till she's drunk so deep, played her games so often, that the lowest shrug and jeer at her. And I'm to know it. I? No. I've a trick worth 2 of that. She love you so much, so much. Try her once more. I tell you, she loves no one, anyone. I could not touch her, excepting as the hurricane will touch that tree and break it. You say I did? No. That was love's fierce play. Now I'll do it. She'll not laugh in the sun again. She'll not dress up and smile at herself in that damnable looking-glass, so pleased, so satisfied. Vain, silly creature. Made for loving? Yes, but she'll have no lover, for I don't want her, and she'll see no other. The tree shivers, and gathers all its strength, and waits. There's a cool wind blowing now, a cold wind. Does it carry the babe, born to stride the blast of hurricanes? She said she loved this place. This is the last she'll see of it. I'll watch for one tear, one human tear, not that blank, hating, moonstruck face. I'll listen. If she says goodbye, perhaps adieu. Adieu. Like those old-time songs she sang. Always adieu, and all songs say it. If she too says it, or weeps, I'll take her in my arms, my lunatic. She's mad, but mine. Mine. What will I care for gods or devils or for fate itself, if she smiles or weeps or both? For me. Antoinetta, I can be gentle too. Hide your face. Hide yourself, but in my arms. You'll soon see how gentle. My lunatic. My mad girl. Here's a cloudy day to help you. No brazen sun. No sun. No sun. The weather's changed. Baptiste was waiting, and the horses saddled. That boy stood by the clove tree, and near him the basket he was to carry. These baskets are light and waterproof. I decided to use one for a few necessary clothes. Most of our belongings were to follow in a day or two. A carriage was to meet us at Massacre. I'd seen to everything, arranged everything. She was there, in the ajoupa. Carefully dressed for the journey, I noticed, but her face blank, no expression at all. Tears? There's not a tear in her. Well, we will see. Did she remember anything, I wondered? Feel anything?
That blue cloud, that shadow is Martinique. It's clear now.
All the names of the mountains.
No, not mountain, Morne,
She'd say.
Mountain is an ugly word for them.
All the stories about Jack Spaniards. Long ago. And when she said,
Look, the emerald drop, that brings good fortune.
Yes. For a moment the sky was green, a bright green sunset. Strange. But not half so strange as saying it brought good fortune. After all, I was prepared for her blank indifference. I knew that my dreams were dreams. But the sadness I felt, looking at the shabby white house, I wasn't prepared for that. More than ever before, it strained away from the black snake-like forest. Louder and more desperately it called, "Save me from destruction, ruin and desolation. Save me from the long, slow death by ants." But what are you doing here, you folly, so near the forest? Don't you know that this is a dangerous place? And that the dark forest always wins? Always? If you don't, you soon will, and I can do nothing to help you. Baptiste looked very different. Not a trace of the polite domestic. He wore a very wide-brimmed straw hat, like the fishermen's hats, but the crown flat, not high and pointed. His wide leather belt was polished, so was the handle of his sheathed cutlass, and his blue cotton shirt and trousers were spotless. The hat, I knew, was waterproof. He was ready for the rain, and it was certainly on its way. I said that I would like to say goodbye to the little girl who laughed, Hilda. "Hilda is not here," he answered in his careful English. Hilda has left yesterday. He spoke politely enough, but I could feel his dislike and contempt. The same contempt as that devil's when she said, "Taste my bull's blood," meaning that will make you a man. Perhaps. Much I cared for what they thought of me. As for her, I'd forgotten her for the moment. So I shall never understand why, suddenly, bewilderingly, I was certain that everything I had imagined to be truth was false. False. Only the magic and the dream are true. All the rest's a lie. Let it go. Here is the secret. Here. But it is lost, that secret, and those who know it cannot tell it. Not lost. I had found it in a hidden place, and I'd keep it, hold it fast, as I'd hold her. I looked at her. She was staring out to the distant sea. She was silence itself. Sing, Antoinetta. I can hear you now. Here the wind says it has been, and the sea says it must be, and the sun says it can be, it will be, and the rain.
You must listen to that. Our rain knows all the songs.
And all the tears.
All.
Yes, I will listen to the rain. I will listen to the mountain bird. Oh, a heart-stopper is the solitaire's one note. High, sweet, lonely. Magic. You hold your breath to listen. No. Gone. What was I to say to her? Do not be sad, or think adieu. Never adieu. We will watch the sun set again, many times, and perhaps we'll see the emerald drop, the green flash that brings good fortune. And you must laugh and chatter as you used to do, telling me about the battle off the Saints, or the picnic at Marie-Galante, that famous picnic that turned into a fight, or the pirates, and what they did between voyages, for every voyage might be their last. Sun and sangaree's a heady mixture. Then the earthquake. Oh yes, people say that God was angry at the things they did, woke from his sleep, one breath, and they were gone. He slept again. But they left their treasure, gold and more than gold. Some of it is found, but the finders never tell, because you see, they'd only get 1/3 then. That's the law of treasure. They want it all, so never speak of it. Sometimes precious things, or jewels. There's no end to what they find, and sell in secret to some cautious man who weighs and measures, hesitates, asks questions which are not answered, then hands over money in exchange. Everybody knows that gold pieces, treasures, appear in Spanish Town. Here, too. In all the islands from nowhere. No one knows where, for it is better not to speak of treasure, better not to tell them. Yes, better not to tell them. I won't tell you that I scarcely listened to your stories. I was longing for night and darkness, and the time when the moonflowers open. Blot out the moon, pull down the stars, love in the dark, for we are for the dark, so soon, so soon. Like the swaggering pirates, let's make the most and best and worst of what we have. Give not 1/3, but everything. All. Keep nothing back. No, I would say. I knew what I would say. I have made a terrible mistake. Forgive me. I said it, looking at her, seeing the hatred in her eyes, and feeling my own hate spring up to meet it. Again the giddy change, the remembering, the sickening swing back to hate. They bought me, with your paltry money. You helped them do it. You deceived me, betrayed me, and you'll do worse if you get the chance. That girl, she look you straight in the eye and talk sweet talk, and it's lies she tell you, lies. Her mother was so. They say she's worse than her mother. If I was bound for hell, let it be hell. No more false heavens, no more damned magic. You hate me, and I hate you. We'll see who hates best. But first I will destroy your hatred. Now. My hate is colder, stronger, and you'll have no hate to warm yourself. You will have nothing. I did it too. I saw the hate go out of her eyes. I forced it out, and with the hate, her beauty. She was only a ghost in the grey daylight. Nothing left but hopelessness.
Say die, and I will die. Say die, and watch me die.
She lifted her eyes. Blank, lovely eyes. Mad eyes. A mad girl. I don't know what I would have said or done. In the balance, everything. But at this moment the nameless boy leaned his head against the clove tree and sobbed. Loud, heart-breaking sobs. I could have strangled him with pleasure, but I managed to control myself, walk up to them and say coldly, "What is the matter with him? What is he crying about?" Baptiste didn't answer. His sullen face grew a shade more sullen, and that was all I got from Baptiste. She followed me, and she answered. I scarcely recognized her voice. No warmth, no sweetness. The doll had a doll's voice, a breathless but curiously indifferent voice.
He asked me when we first came if you would take him with you when we left. He doesn't want any money, just to be with you, because... She stopped and ran her tongue over her lips. He loves you very much. So I said you would take him. Baptiste has told him that you will not, so he is crying.
I certainly will not, I said angrily. God, a half-savage boy as well as...
He knows English, she said still indifferently. He has tried very hard to learn English.
He hasn't learned any English that I can understand, I said. And looking at her stiff white face, my fury grew. What right have you to make promises in my name, or to speak for me at all?
I had no right. I am sorry. I don't understand you. I know nothing about you, and I cannot speak for you.
And that was all. I said goodbye to Baptiste. He bowed stiffly, unwillingly, and muttered. Wishes for a pleasant journey, I suppose. He hoped, I am sure, that he'd never set eyes on me again. She had mounted, and he went over to her. When she stretched her hand out, he took it, and still holding it, spoke to her very earnestly. I didn't hear what he said, but I thought she would cry then. No, the doll's smile came back, nailed to her face. Even if she had wept like Magdalene, it would have made no difference. I was exhausted. All the mad, conflicting emotions had gone and left me wearied and empty, sane. I was tired of these people. I disliked their laughter and their tears, their flattery and envy, conceit and deceit, and I hated the place. I hated the mountains and the hills, the rivers and the rain. I hated the sunsets of whatever colour. I hated its beauty and its magic and the secret I would never know. I hated its indifference and the cruelty which was part of its loveliness. Above all, I hated her, for she belonged to the magic and the loveliness. She had left me thirsty, and all my life would be thirst and longing for what I had lost before I found it. So we rode away and left it, the hidden place. Not for me, and not for her. I'd look after that. She's far along the road now. Very soon she'll join all the others who know the secret and will not tell it, or cannot, or try and fail because they do not know enough. They can be recognized. White faces, dazed eyes, aimless gestures, high-pitched laughter. The way they walk and talk and scream or try to kill themselves or you if you laugh back at them. Yes, they've got to be watched. For the time comes when they try to kill, then disappear. But others are waiting to take their places. It's a long, long line. She's one of them. I too can wait for the day when she is only a memory to be avoided, locked away, and like all memories, a legend. Or a lie. I remember that as we turned the corner, I thought about Baptiste and wondered if he had another name. I'd never asked. And then that I'd sell the place for what it would fetch. I had meant to give it back to her. Now, what's the use? The stupid boy followed us, the basket balanced on his head. He used the back of his hand to wipe away his tears. Who would have thought that any boy would cry like that? For nothing. Nothing. Part 3. They knew that he was in Jamaica when his father and brother died, Grace Poole said. He inherited everything, but he was a wealthy man before that. Some people are fortunate, they said, and there were hints about the woman he brought back to England with him. Next day, Mrs. F. wanted to see me, and she complained about gossip. I don't allow gossip. I told you that when you came. Servants will talk and you can't stop them, I said. And I'm not certain that the situation will suit me, madam. First, when I answered your advertisement, you said that the person I had to look after was not a young girl. I asked if she was an old woman, and you said no. Now that I see her, I don't know what to think. She sits shivering, and she's so thin. If she dies on my hands, who will get the blame? Wait, Grace, she said. She was holding a letter. Before you decide, will you listen to what the master of the house has to say about this matter? If Mrs. Poole is satisfactory, why not give her double, treble the money? She read, and folded the letter away, but not before I had seen the words on the next page. But for God's sake, let me hear no more of it. There was a foreign stamp on the envelope. I don't serve the devil for no money, I said. She said, if you imagine that when you serve this gentleman you are serving the devil, you never made a greater mistake in your life. I knew him as a boy. I knew him as a young man. He was gentle, generous, brave. His stay in the West Indies has changed him out of all knowledge. He has grey in his hair and misery in his eyes. Don't ask me to pity anyone who had a hand in that. I've said enough, and too much. I'm not prepared to treble your money, Grace, but I am prepared to double it. But there must be no more gossip. If there is, I will dismiss you at once. I don't think it will be impossible to fill your place. I'm sure you understand. Yes, I understand, I said. Then all the servants were sent away, and she engaged a cook, one maid, and you, Leah. They were sent away. But how could she stop them talking? If you ask me, the whole county knows. The rumours I've heard, very far from the truth. But I don't contradict. I know better than to say a word. After all, the house is big and safe, a shelter from the world outside, which, say what you like, can be a black and cruel world to a woman. Maybe that's why I stayed on. The thick walls, she thought. Past the lodge gate, a long avenue of trees, and inside the house, the blazing fires and the crimson and white rooms. But above all, the thick walls, keeping away all the things that you have fought till you can fight no more. Yes, maybe that's why we all stay, Mrs. F. and Leah and me. All of us, except that girl who lives in her own darkness. I'll say one thing for her. She hasn't lost her spirit. She's still fierce. I don't turn my back on her when her eyes have that look. I know it. In this room I work early and lie shivering, for it is very cold. At last Grace Pool, the woman who looks after me, lights a fire with paper and sticks and lumps of coal. She kneels to blow it with bellows. The paper shivers, the sticks crackle and spit, the coal smoulders and glowers. In the end, flames shoot up, and they are beautiful. I get out of bed to go close and watch them, and to wonder why I have been brought here. For what reason? There must be a reason. What is it that I must do? When I first came, I thought it would be for a day, 2 days, a week perhaps. I thought that when I saw him and spoke to him, I would be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. I give you all I have freely, I would say, and I will not trouble you again if you will let me go. But he never came. That woman Grace sleeps in my room. At night I sometimes see her sitting at the table, counting money. She holds a gold piece in her hand and smiles. Then she puts it all into a little canvas bag with a drawstring and hangs the bag round her neck so that it is hidden in her dress. At first she used to look at me before she did this, but I always pretended to be asleep. Now she does not trouble about me. She drinks from a bottle on the table, then she goes to bed, or puts her arms on the table, her head on her arms, and sleeps. But I lie, watching the fire die out. When she is snoring, I get up, and I have tasted the drink without colour in the bottle. The first time I did this, I wanted to spit it out, but managed to swallow it. When I got back into bed, I could remember more and think again. I was not so cold. There is one window, high up. You cannot see out of it. My bed had doors, but they have been taken away. There is not much else in the room. Her bed, a black press, the table in the middle, and 2 black chairs carved with fruit and flowers. They have high backs and no arms. The dressing room is very small. The room next to this one is hung with tapestry. Looking at the tapestry one day, I recognized my mother, dressed in an evening gown, but with bare feet. She looked away from me, over my head, just as she used to. I wouldn't tell Grace this. Her name oughtn't to be Grace. Names matter, like when he wouldn't call me Antoinette, and I saw Antoinette drifting out of the window with her scents, her pretty clothes, and her looking-glass. There is no looking-glass here, and I don't know what I am like now. I remember watching myself brush my hair, and how my eyes looked back at me. The girl I saw was myself, yet not quite myself. Long ago, when I was a child and very lonely, I tried to kiss her. But the glass was between us, hard, cold, and misted over with my breath. Now they have taken everything away. What am I doing in this place? And who am I? The door of the tapestry room is kept locked. It leads, I know, into a passage. That is where Grace stands and talks to another woman whom I have never seen. Her name is Leah. I listen, but I cannot understand what they say. So there is still the sound of whispering that I have heard all my life. but these are different voices. When night comes, and she has had several drinks and sleeps, it is easy to take the keys. I know now where she keeps them. Then I open the door and walk into their world. It is, as I always knew, made of cardboard. I have seen it before somewhere, this cardboard world, where everything is coloured brown or dark red or yellow that has no light in it. As I walk along the passages, I wish I could see what is behind the cardboard. They tell me I am in England, but I don't believe them. We lost our way to England. When? Where? I don't remember, but we lost it. Was it that evening in the cabin, when he found me talking to the young man who brought me my food? I put my arms round his neck and asked him to help me. He said, "I didn't know what to do, sir." I smashed the glasses and plates against the porthole. I hoped it would break and the sea come in. A woman came, then an older man who cleared up the broken things on the floor. He didn't look at me while he was doing it. The third man said, "Drink this and you will sleep." I drank, and I said, "It isn't like it seems to be." "I know, it never is," he said. And then I slept. When I woke, it was a different sea. Colder. It was that night, I think, that we changed course and lost our way to England. This cardboard house where I walk at night is not England. One morning, when I woke, I ached all over. Not the cold, another sort of ache. I saw that my wrists were red and swollen. Grace said, "I suppose you're going to tell me that you don't remember anything about last night?" "When was last night?" I said. "Yesterday." "I don't remember yesterday." "Last night, a gentleman came to see you," she said. "Which of them was that?" Because I knew that there were strange people in the house. When I took the keys and went into the passage, I heard them laughing and talking in the distance like birds, and there were lights on the floor beneath. Turning a corner, I saw a girl coming out of her bedroom. She wore a white dress, and she was humming to herself. I flattened myself against the wall, for I did not wish her to see me, but she stopped and looked round. She saw nothing but shadows. I took care of that. But she didn't walk to the head of the stairs. She ran. She met another girl, and the second girl said, "Have you seen a ghost?" "I didn't see anything, but I thought I felt something." "That is the ghost," the second one said, and they went down the stairs together. "Which of these people came to see me, Grace Poole?" I said. "He didn't come. Even if I was asleep, I would have known. He hasn't come yet." She said, "It's my belief that you remember much more than you pretend to remember. Why did you behave like that, when I'd promised you would be quiet and sensible? I'll never try and do you a good turn again." "Your brother came to see you." "I have no brother." "He said he was your brother." A long, long way my mind reached back. Was his name Richard? "He didn't tell me what his name was." "I know him," I said and jumped out of bed. "It's all here. It's all here. But I hid it from your beastly eyes as I hid everything. But where is it? Where did I hide it? The sole of my shoes? Underneath the mattress? On top of the press? In the pocket of my red dress? Where is this letter?" It was short, because I remembered that Richard did not like long letters. "Dear Richard, please take me away from this place where I am dying because it is so cold and dark." Mrs. Poole said, "It's no use running around and looking now. He's gone, and he won't come back. nor would I in his place.
I said, I can't remember what happened. I can't remember.
When he came in,
said Grace Poole,
he didn't recognise you.
Will you light the fire? I said, because I'm so cold.
This gentleman arrived suddenly and insisted on seeing you, and that was all the thanks he got. You rushed at him with a knife, and when he got the knife away, you bit his arm. You won't see him again. And where did you get that knife? I told them you stole it from me, but I'm much too careful. I'm used to your sort. You got no knife from me. You must have bought it. That day when I took you out, I told Mrs. F. you ought to be taken out.
When we went to England, I said.
You fool, she said. This is England.
I don't believe it, I said, and I never will believe it. That afternoon we went to England. There was grass and olive green water, and tall trees looking into the water. This, I thought, is England. If I could be here, I could be well again, and the sound in my head would stop. Let me stay a little longer, I said, and she sat down under a tree and went to sleep. A little way off there was a cart and horse. A woman was driving it. It was she who sold me the knife. I gave her the locket round my neck for it. Grace Poole said,
So you don't remember that you attacked this gentleman with a knife? I said that you would be quiet. I must speak to her, he said. Oh, he was warned, but he wouldn't listen. I was in the room, but I didn't hear all he said, except, I cannot interfere legally between yourself and your husband. It was when he said legally that you flew at him. And when he twisted the knife out of your hand, you bit him. Do you mean to say that you don't remember any of this?
I remember now that he did not recognize me. I saw him look at me, and his eyes went first to one corner, then to another, not finding what they expected. He looked at me and spoke to me as though I were a stranger. What do you do when something happens to you like that? Why are you laughing at me?
Have you hidden my red dress too? If I'd been wearing that, he'd have known me. Nobody's hidden your dress, she said. It's hanging in the press.
She looked at me and said,
I don't believe you know how long you've been here, you poor creature.
On the contrary, I said. Only I know how long I've been here. Nights and days and nights, hundreds of them slipping through my fingers. But that does not matter. Time has no meaning. But something you can touch and hold, like my red dress, that has a meaning. Where is it? She jerked her head towards the press, and the corners of her mouth turned down. As soon as I turned the key, I saw it hanging, the colour of fire and sunset, the colour of flamboyant flowers. If you are buried under a flamboyant tree, I said, your soul is lifted up when it flowers. Everyone wants that. She shook her head, but she did not move or touch me. The scent that came from the dress was very faint at first. Then it grew stronger, the smell of vetiver and frangipani, of cinnamon and dust and lime trees when they are flowering, the smell of the sun and the smell of the rain. I was wearing a dress of that colour when Sandy came to see me for the last time.
Will you come with me?
He said. No, I said, I cannot.
So, this is goodbye?
Yes, this is goodbye.
But I can't leave you like this, he said. You are unhappy.
You are wasting time, I said, and we have so little. Sandy often came to see me when that man was away, and when I went out driving, I would meet him. I could go out driving then. The servants knew, but none of them told. Now there was no time left.
So we kissed each other in that stupid room. Spread fans decorated the walls. We had often kissed before, but not like that. That was the life and death kiss. And you only know a long time afterwards what it is, the life and death kiss. The white ship whistled 3 times, once gaily, once calling, once to say goodbye. I took the red dress down and put it against myself. "Does it make me look intemperate and unchaste?" I said. That man told me so. He had found out that Sandy had been to the house and that I went to see him. I never knew who told. "Infamous daughter of an infamous mother," he said to me. "Oh, put it away," Grace Poole said. "Come and eat your food. Here's your grey wrapper. Why they can't give you anything better is more than I can understand. They're rich enough." But I held the dress in my hand, wondering if they had done the last and worst thing. If they had changed it when I wasn't looking. If they had changed it and it wasn't my dress at all. But how could they get the scent? "Well, don't stand there shivering," she said, quite kindly for her. I let the dress fall on the floor and looked from the fire to the dress, and from the dress to the fire. I put the grey wrapper round my shoulders, but I told her I wasn't hungry, and she didn't try to force me to eat, as she sometimes does. "It's just as well that you don't remember last night," she said. "The gentleman fainted, and a fine outcry there was up here. Blood all over the place, and I was blamed for letting you attack him. And the master is expected in a few days. I'll never try to help you again. You're too far gone to be helped." I said, "If I'd been wearing my red dress, Richard would have known me." "Your red dress," she said, and laughed. But I looked at the dress on the floor, and it was as if the fire had spread across the room. It was beautiful, and it reminded me of something I must do. I will remember, I thought. I will remember quite soon now. That was the 3rd time I had my dream, and it ended. I know now that the flight of steps leads to this room, where I lie watching the woman asleep with her head on her arms. In my dream, I waited till she began to snore. Then I got up, took the keys, and let myself out with a candle in my hand. It was easier this time than ever before, and I walked as though I were flying. All the people who had been staying in the house had gone, for the bedroom doors were shut. But it seemed to me that someone was following me. Someone was chasing me, laughing. Sometimes I looked to the right or to the left, but I never looked behind me, for I did not want to see that ghost of a woman whom they say haunts this place. I went down the staircase. I went further than I had ever been before. There was someone talking in one of the rooms. I passed it, without noise, slowly. At last I was in the hall, where a lamp was burning. I remember that when I came. A lamp, and the dark staircase, and the veil over my face. They think I don't remember, but I do. There was a door to the right. I opened it and went in. It was a large room, with a red carpet and red curtains. Everything else was white. I sat down on a couch to look at it, and it seemed sad and cold and empty to me, like a church without an altar. I wished to see it clearly, so I lit all the candles, and there were many. I lit them carefully from the one I was carrying, but I couldn't reach up to the chandelier. Then I looked round for the altar, for with so many candles and so much red, the room reminded me of a church. Then I heard a clock ticking, and it was made of gold. Gold is the idol they worship. Suddenly, I felt very miserable in that room, though the couch I was sitting on was so soft that I sank into it. It seemed to me that I was going to sleep. Then I imagined that I heard a footstep
and I thought, what will they say? What will they do if they find me here? I held my right wrist with my left hand and waited, but it was nothing. I was very tired after this, very tired. I wanted to get out of the room, but my own candle had burned down, and I took one of the others. Suddenly I was in Aunt Cora's room. I saw the sunlight coming through the window, the tree outside, and the shadows of the leaves on the floor. But I saw the wax candles too, and I hated them. So I knocked them all down. Most of them went out, but one caught the thin curtains that were behind the red ones. I laughed when I saw the lovely colour spreading so fast, but I did not stay to watch it. I went into the hall again, with the tall candle in my hand. It was then that I saw her, the ghost, the woman with streaming hair. She was surrounded by a gilt frame, but I knew her. I dropped the candle I was carrying, and it caught the end of a tablecloth, and I saw the flame shoot up. As I ran, or perhaps floated or flew, I called, "Help me, Christophine, help me!" And looking behind me, I saw that I had been helped. There was a wall of fire protecting me, but it was too hot. It scorched me, and I went away from it. There were more candles on the table, and I took one of them, and ran up the first flight of stairs, and the second. On the second floor I threw away the candle, but I did not stay to watch. I ran up the last flight of stairs, and along the passage. I passed the room where they brought me yesterday, or the day before yesterday, I don't remember. Perhaps it was quite long ago, for I seemed to know the house quite well. I knew how to get away from the heat and the shouting, for there was shouting now. When I was out on the battlements, it was cool, and I could hardly hear them. I sat there quietly. I don't know how long I sat. Then I turned round and saw the sky. It was red, and all my life was in it. I saw the grandfather clock, and Aunt Cora's patchwork, all colours. I saw the orchids, and the stephanotis, and the jasmine, and the tree of life in flames. I saw the chandelier, and the red carpet downstairs, and the bamboos and the tree ferns, the gold ferns and the silver, and the soft green velvet of the moss on the garden wall. I saw my doll's house, and the books, and the picture of the miller's daughter. I heard the parrot call as he did when he saw a stranger, "Qui est là? Qui est là?" And the man who hated me was calling too, "Bertha! Bertha!" The wind caught my hair, and it streamed out like wings. It might bear me up, I thought, if I jumped to those hard stones. But when I looked over the edge, I saw the pool at Colibri. Tia was there. She beckoned to me, and when I hesitated, she laughed. I heard her say, "You frightened?" And I heard the man's voice, "Bertha! Bertha!" All this I saw and heard in a fraction of a second, and the sky so red. Someone screamed, and I thought, why did I scream? I called, "Tia!" and jumped, and woke. Grace Poole was sitting at the table, but she had heard the scream too, for she said, "What was that?" She got up, came over and looked at me. I lay still, breathing evenly, with my eyes shut. "I must have been dreaming," she said. Then she went back, not to the table, but to her bed. I waited a long time after I heard her snore. Then I got up, took the keys, and unlocked the door. I was outside, holding my candle. Now, at last, I know why I was brought here, and what I have to do. There must have been a draught, for the flame flickered, and I thought it was out. But I shielded it with my hand, and it burned up again, to light me along the dark passage.
That is the end of Wide Sargasso Sea. It was written by Jean Rees and read by Anna Bentinck. This has been an ISIS Audiobooks presentation. For further details of our extensive catalogue of audiobooks on cassette and CD, please call our free phone number 0800 731 5637.